what is the procedure for making sure that the fix lands in every single version in the OCA?
Well, there isn't a really defined procedure for that, but if you if you spot a bug, like first thing is open the PR in the version that you spot it in. You will need the fix for yourself, so just open the PR in this version, and then you are free to forward port or to backport it to any other version. I mean, if you don't have the time to do it, you can still try to cherry pick your commit to another branch. Sorry? Okay, yeah, Sebastian, one of my colleagues did a new module actually, a new helper that is called OCA port and could be also quite useful for this. So I would suggest have a look at his talk, but yeah, nothing's blocking. You can just either maybe open an issue, for example, and say, okay, I spot this bug in this version, I correct it through this PR, and it's to be done in the other versions.
The talk by Sebastian about the OCA port is tomorrow at 3 p.m.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Maybe you talk at the beginning because I was late, but what about functional reviews or only code review?
Well, functional reviews are welcome anytime. I would say even for people that are not doing Python, there is this new run bot that is maintained by Stefan and it is working quite well. You can rebuild it, relaunch the thing if you need to test. You can still test it on the run bot and say, okay, it works. It does what we are expecting. Having some review can also, well, some functional review can also lead to a better description in the module, a better documentation. So I would say, yeah, any contribution is a good one. Yeah. Yeah, if you have a good description in your module, yeah, it will be much easier to be found. So, yeah, any contribution is really a good one. Anybody else? Well, thank you then, and enjoy these OCA Days. Ah non? Ah zut. Il y avait ma femme qui attendait pour me voir avec le petit dommage.
Ah, désolé. Il y a eu un problème de time zone, on l'avait schedulé et il était dans une time zone de Nouvelle-Zélande. Bon, ça sera enregistré. All right, so the next talk will be in a bit less than 15 minutes with Daniel.
while we're waiting for Daniel to start, it's okay, I'm just making a little note. Is anybody here not a member of the OCA? I want a KPI, by the way. So if you want to buy your membership, then there'll be a prize draw. I think the first prize draw is at lunchtime, Daniel, for members. Just go and see Rebecca downstairs anytime over the thing. You can either take payment there or generate an invoice or anything like that. So, thank you. Over to Daniel.
We still have 3 minutes. Okay, I think we can get started. So, good morning, everyone. My name is Daniel Reis. I'm a OCA board member for a few years now. I've been with the OCA since it was founded. I was in a room in Louvain-la-Neuve when we had the first meeting that founded the association. I'm the Managing Director for the Europe for Open Source Integrators. OSI is a US-based consulting company specialized in Odoo, and I'm running the Europe office. And OSI is also a proud platinum sponsor of the OCA, and the OCA is really built in what we do. I don't think we could do what we do without the OCA. So it's kind of you start like on a platform when you do work for your customers. So it's really important for us, the community and the association. So today's topic is on revisiting how to deliver to customers while contributing the OCA. This was a talk I gave 2 years ago. You can see it on YouTube, where I proposed a workflow where you would contribute to OCA modules seamlessly with working on a customer project. So I did that, and I've been applying that on everyday work. What I found was that it was a bit complex for newer developers to get them on board. And when I also realized it was hard to explain all the full workflow for other people that were not so familiar with GitHub or Git commands, it was a bit confusing. So I kind of explored what other variations of the topic we could consider, like stepping stones to get to that ideal workflow. And while preparing this talk, it also came, it's worth discussing going a step back and think, so how do you think about building code that makes it natural or easy to contribute those features to the OCA? And also, even before that, why care? Why do that at all? So I'm starting today focusing a bit more on the why, and we'll end with the how. The how will not be deep. It will be a bit more technical, but you'll probably get a look at the slides later and digest what I have there on the technical part. I just want you to get the overall idea of possibilities, of different approaches to contribute. So the agenda is, I'd like to do first a temperature check here on the room. You'll see that in a moment, and then discuss on the why to contribute. So why would we do this? What's the benefits? What's in it for us? And also to touch a point that's key, I think it's key, it's modularity as a design goal. So Alexandre Fayol is there. He's giving a talk I'm very curious about next on Odoo experience next Friday. I was talking to him, and it's probably a good follow-up on this, on design patterns for modules, because these two things connect. You'll see that in a moment. And finally, with the how, and I go into Git commands and explain, comparing different workflows. I came up with 4, from the simplest to the most complex, and they all have pros and cons, okay? So, temper check. So, let's, to get started in the room, I just threw out the question. So do you use OCA modules in your projects? And here are a few possible options. So what is the OCA? So anyone there, raise your hands. They have this question. If you do, there's some people down there, and they can help you with this, okay? But odds are, this is not a question for anyone. Okay, so next one. It's never. Why would I? Please raise your hand. Does anyone here never uses modules from the OCA in their projects? Okay. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here, right? So, good. Well, sometimes, right? Or all the time. So what sometimes do you use? Sometimes. A few people, 4 or 5 hands. Okay. All the time. Okay. A lot more. Maybe some 10, 15. Good, good. Okay. So next question. Do you submit your code to the OCA, and why? So who does that? Okay, I see 5, 6 hands. Okay, a bit more. Good. So why, the ones who don't, why don't you? Can I hear some? Yeah, so this is coming from you now. So why don't you? What's stopping you? They are too specific. They are too specific. Others?
I'm a little unsure as to the process and why.
You don't know how to.
Well, and also why. You know.
Why would I? What's?
Is it going to cause me more problems?
Yeah.
You know, I'm in a rush. I need to get something done.
You don't have time. You're in a rush. Like, you don't have budget for that because you spend your budget doing the work for the customer. You don't have time to, like, get them. Okay. Any more stuff here?
Tangentially related to that, the actual end customer doesn't want us to because they feel that it takes time.
Yeah, so lawyers, legal concerns, or confidentiality concerns. Confidentiality concerns?
Well, sure. I haven't experienced it myself, but I can imagine that happening as well.
Or it's just like, it's a trade secret, so you don't want to share the code, or you don't, or is that you don't want to give advantage to your competitors, something like that. Okay, so I came up with a few. I think I got the ones. Yeah, you have another one? It was too hard to contribute. Okay, so this is what I came up. So my code is too customer specific. Okay, so that was one. Or I heard this a lot, not today, but my code needs cleanup, and I don't have the time to do it right now because it needs cleanup. So the other is I don't know how, which is similar to the process is too complex. I kind of understand the process. It looks too complex to me. Other things I didn't hear today, it takes too long to get merged. So I can't do that because it takes forever to get merged, so I can't use the module. Or I can't do it because of legal requirements. I'm not sure the customer is okay for me to sharing the code. Okay. So regarding this have different discussions. So what I think is that if you look deeper, each of these stoppers can be addressed. So if you think a bit about it, you can be addressed. So one of the approaches is if my code is too customer specific, that could be a problem, or maybe that you could design differently. And I have some idea, that's when I talk about modularity. So maybe it's not always possible, but there are some design partners that can help with that and avoid custom code, because custom code is also anti-pattern. Custom code is something that will slow down the migrations, even slow down the evolution of your customer's business, because businesses are not static. So the way a company works today is not the same as that same company worked 1 year ago or 2 years ago. Things move. We're in 21st century. Companies need agility, and companies need to change the way they work constantly. And the system needs to adapt. And if you often customizations make you like set in stone some processes, that is then very expensive to change, and the company is locked in that particular custom process. So, and modularity arguably could help you make it more, but we'll go a bit into that. So the my code cleans up, I don't have time. So does that mean that the code is not good enough for the publishing in the OCA, but is good enough for your production system? So are your coding standards lower for the customer than published in the OCA? What do you mean, right? So there's a problem here to be solved when you start to do your code before, when you are working. So the problem is not, it's not good enough to go to the OCA. It's problems that maybe your quality standards to begin with should be a bit higher, or you should have some better tooling to enforce them. So I don't know how it's learning, it's getting help. So yeah, all of these, if you think about it, there are things you can do, think a bit better, or get help, or find other options to even the last one, the legal. That's something you can have a conversation up front. And maybe there's some argumentation you think about it, because look. So if your customer is deploying hundreds, thousands of lines of code coming from the OCA, why can't you give back 200 or 400 lines of code? It's only fair, right? And of course, there are things that they might think are confidential, but that's probably 10 or 20 or 30% of the code base. It's not 100% of the code base, even 50% of the code base. So there's a conversation that can be had here. You just need to have it up front, right? So there are options here. This is not the main topic, but I think I wanted for us to discuss a bit on this. So the ones who contribute to the OCA, why do you do that? So these are a couple of reasons I've heard. So one is fairness. That's the argument I just used. So if you're getting all this, why not contributing a little back? The other thing is, I personally, this is mine. I see the OCA as my knowledge base. When I'm looking at a customer that has a need, the first thing I do is browse the repos and pull requests and see what's there, and so that I don't build what someone already built. I don't waste time with that. I just add what's missing and pick all the pieces already there. And the best way for me to do, if I contribute back the modules, the features I created for other customers, I put them in the OCA, I only have one place to look at. I don't have 20 repos to look from customers. I just look at the OCA repo, because all thing that is worth reusing, I put it there to start with. And the other thing is arguably, if the community works better and better and better, this gets a bigger result is that you get free improvements on the module. You get free fixes, free improvements, free version migrations. So odds are when you're migrating to version 16, someone already migrated 50% of the OCA modules you're using, and some of them built for that customer, because other people, if it's interesting enough, maybe other people will contribute and do the migration. There's also internationalization, translations, even documentation. For consulting companies, it's a way to market your business. I get a lot of emails from people, look, I saw your model, can I have a call with you? Would like to discuss a bit how we could solve our problem. And more other things are peer reviews, so you can have other people that are not in your team, or if you have a small team, have peer reviews and give you feedback on your modules. I had cases where I made pull requests and someone said, oh, that doesn't make sense. You just use this configuration, you solve the problem, and I killed the module. And it was one less custom module for that customer because I didn't know about that particular configuration. And lastly, it's a good learning tool to enforce and learn good coding standards, because if your team, development team, has the habit of using the coding standards for the OCA in your own, then they'll use it in your own projects, and that will increase your code quality overall, because there's good practices there, and there's good tools to make sure that you have clean code, and this is also something that you can learn in the OCA and then use for internal teams. Okay, next question is, so when do you submit the code and how? So there's kind of two extreme answers. So you can do it afterwards, it can be an afterthought, or it can be before or during the process. So that was my last talk, how to do this while you're doing the project, not as an afterthought. Because if you do it as an afterthought, then it becomes just overhead. And you might not have the budget or the time. It maybe relies on personal time of a developer to then extract that code and put it in the OCA. And arguably, you lose some of the benefit, which is getting early feedback on the design choices you are doing. Sometimes there are some non-trivial things. I like to put them out, a first approach, or even only the design, and try to ping some people to get opinions or what their thoughts, because I'm not 100% sure of my design choices, and I get other feedback from experts, and they tell me, oh, I would do this differently. So, and there's value in getting that feedback early on in the process, okay? If you plan properly, if you're not rushed on time, you can leverage this. So, and again, this goes back to the how is, there are several ways I've seen doing it. So the naive way is you just copy codes into your customer repo. Then you lose all link and you make it harder to contribute back, because you can't just extract a commit and push it to the OCA. So because it's unrelated histories, and this is really, when you do this also, you don't get updates easily from the OCA. It's completely disconnected. You just copy-paste code. And I would say it's not a good practice, but it's the easy thing, and a lot of people do this. The other approach is you track OCA dependencies and you install them. Like you have you use pip install from OCA modules, or you have a tool that does this copying automatically. A lot of Docker-based deployments do this. They just have a list of modules, they have the hash commit they want to use, and they just clone, copy, and put it all in the file. It's not version control. The next is a submodule, but you keep track of it. And there's another approach that is to use submodules where you have nested, OCA repos are nested inside your main project repo. This is actually one of the ways that Odoo SH works. So these last two, I can't say one is superior to the other. There's pros and the first one, you should not use it. The other two, there are pros and cons, and different people will have different preferences here. Okay. So why contribute? So that was your question. Why at all do that? So I have here a story, agile story. So as a project stakeholder, I want to reuse existing modules in order to save my budget hundreds of hours. So I go back here to the why. I'm linking to the reusability, which goes back to modularity. I need to make something modular to make it reusable. And I started this slide with to reuse OCA modules. I changed it to existing modules because the point is you want to reuse modules across different customers, different projects. And ideally, I'll try to convince you it's a good idea while doing that. If you're doing that modular, just publish to the OCA. And what I'm trying to get across today, if you're doing that, actually, if you think that you're going to contribute that feature to the OCA, that will help you when enforce the design pattern to make sure you don't have these big custom modules and rather work harder in finding ways to make it more modular. So this is supposed to be a summary of what we discussed until now. So the benefits from OCA contributions is it makes it easier to reuse. It makes it easy for you to reuse it. Also, it's clear benefits to reusing other projects and other people's work. And even other people on your team working on other projects or your work, you're working in other projects. And so there's the feedback that I mentioned, feedback and improvements to your work. You can get feedback from other people, other perspectives that make your work better. And that's the quality standards enforcement. So I discussed all of these. So these are some key benefits from contributing to the OCA. And here just a parenthesis or a small stop as modularity as a design goal, because you need to create modules to propose to the OCAs, and modularity comes in play here. So start with, there's this anti-pattern, which is this big customizations module. It has hundreds, even thousands of lines. It's a big ball of mud. And it thinks there's no clear boundaries between concepts, between objects. And it's very easy to touch something and break something elsewhere because you don't have no idea of the interrelations. So an alternative to that is to think instead of customizations, what features are there, try to extract features that make sense into a module. When you do that, now you have a clear boundary and you have the dependencies. You can see the limits of this feature. And it's a kind of an API. And if you do this for several features, now they need to stand on their own. You have control over what they access, they don't access. So it's easier to see the limits of each feature. And it's even easier to enable, disable a feature. And it's even easier to list what are the features there, because you go to the list of features, you have this summary description telling in a line what's that's doing. So this is the first step. So thinking modular helps you avoid this large customization anti-pattern. And of course, this will increase flexibility because this feature is thought in a way that it's not specific as much as you can. So you think about what things could make sense in other contexts, you extract it, and then you could later enable, disable, or even configure. You can make that feature configurable and give flexibility points for your customer to adjust the way they work. So I summarize that in this slide. So instead of thinking that you have apps and you build custom module on top of it, you try to think as I have apps and then I build specific missing features that are not custom. They are like a new feature in the system. They could make sense in other places, and they add configuration on top. This gives you a much more flexible system. I don't have time to go deeper into this, but I'm hoping Alexa's talk will go in more detail in some of this. It's not only this, right? Yeah, I'll watch your talk for sure. Okay, finally, on the how-to. I'm going to rush this a bit. So I found 4 approaches. So starting from the bottom, that was the workflow I proposed on my last talk. So what you do is you keep your project-specific forks for OCA repos, and you early merge there all the PR. So you make new modules, you propose fixes to the OCA, you create PRs, so they're there, out there. When they're out there, you can have feedback, you can have reviews, okay? But you don't wait for them to get merged. What you do there is create a fork branch on your branch on your fork specific to that project. You early merge those, and you deploy based that for your customer. So you're deploying your code for your test, QA, or even production before it gets merged in. I have branches in OCA that are more than a year long, and they're still there. There are still pull requests. And some of that is in production. Then, if you have a lot of these, there's a lot of manual work. So there's a tool called Git Aggregator that you can make this automate. I explained all of this in the other talk. I have a link here. I have the name. You can search it up and look it up. I'm not going into all the details here. I do have a slide with a very summary of that. So what I found, this could be a bit complex to use, so I wanted to present the other options. And the key idea here was to start with modularity and then propose stepping stones where you could go up the scale and working a bit, making it's a bit complex, the contribution process, but you can get more flexibility. So the first one is going to the top. You have the naive approach where you copy all the code to the project repo. The second pattern I identified is, I called it the incubator, where instead of you proposing the modules to the OCA repos, and there's a lot, you just have your own like shared modules repo for your company, and you just promote there first. I call it incubator because it makes it easier there. Second step is later on, you just copy the code and make a PR for the right repo in the OCA. So it's a 2-step process. But you don't have the complexity of working with the OCA, because I know the workflow can be a bit complex, overwhelming for some people. So you just have an internal repo that you shared across projects. It's your internal knowledge base. It can be public, it can be private, but later on, that's ready to deploy. You just apply there the right coding standards. So it's just copy paste and make a PR for the OCA on a lazy Friday afternoon. Okay. So the other two are based on C&D, are based are actually the same, very similar. You just use forks from the OCA and you keep a fork from, they're a bit the same. So you create a fork from the OCA, maintain it, specific for the customer, and the benefit of this is very easy to update. So if there are bug fixes, you can just pull the latest from 15.0 and you have all the fixes. You can't do that with A. You need to do a copy paste and you lose the history. You don't know who did that change and why, and sometimes that's important. Maybe you pull the latest version, it breaks something on your system. You know why that fix came in, so you need to dig into the history. And you're working integrated, okay? And also, A does not work for that workflow where you make a fix and you contribute back that fix. I find that very important, because if I'm using other people's code, the least I can do is to submit back fixes or improvements I do for myself. So I think that's kind of minimum. So with A, that's very hard, because I need to maintain 2 different pull requests, one for my project, I need to do a copy paste to another place, and I repeat the process, so it's double work. With the forks, it's a bit easier. I use the same commit. I do have 2 branches probably, 2 pull requests still, but it's the same commit. I just cherry pick the commit, and the same commit is proposed to both places. Okay. So we're a bit short on time, so let me show you the first the first, how it looks like for the first workflow. So you have a checkout for your project, for your future branch, and you just have a custom add-ons directory where you have your custom code. And what you do, you just copy the code there and commit it to your development branch. That's it. So you copy the code and you commit. So when you have a shared repo, that comes a bit different. So you have a submodule, like I called it a shared add-ons here. You go into that and you create your module there and you push it. There's two push commands here. So there's the first push command where you push into the submodule. So you're publishing to the shared onto your code. And you have the second, you go back, so you are inside the submodule, you push the code to your shared project. So all the other people using that repo can see it and can use it for other projects. Then you go back to your project-specific repo, the top repo, and you add a commit just saying, okay, deploy for this customer this particular version of this submodule, okay? I would say if you're not familiar with submodules, this is probably the best way to start, because when you are doing with OCA forks, you're just amplifying this, doing this at a different level. It's the same tools, it's the same techniques, but it gets more complex because on the next slide, you have more commands, and I'll just stop for a minute. I won't go into detail. And in the last one, you have an even more command. It's even a bit more complex. And this is where I got a bit stopped down because it was hard for younger people coming to the team to getting them into this workflow. I found it hard and confusing for them. So I'm considering options on starting simple with some projects and going from there in complexity. So this was not supposed to be a Git class. It was, I think the main thing I wanted to pass was that message of modularity. If you're thinking on that, if your goal is to contribute at the end to the OCA, that helps you on your design patterns. That helps you on avoiding spaghetti balls of customizations. So thinking on this is already a service for you on getting better code out for your customers. So, I have here a link for last year's talk. That's the title. Seamlessly delivering to customers. You can search it on YouTube. You'll probably find it. So it's a good follow-up if you want to look at it. So use what works for you, but there's probably several steps depending on your familiarity with the process. You can start simple and then make it more complex as you go. Okay, thank you. I think we're out of time, but I'll probably steal 5 minutes for some questions. 2 minutes, okay, 2 minutes.
You told us that you have some pull requests that are open for years. If you get reviews and your project is probably over and probably you stop the project with the customer, how do you get the energy to finalize that pull request?
Yeah, it's a good question. It depends. So some of the comments may be blocking. So I may have things there that are incompatible with other things or that were done. Maybe I did not notice previous work and it's kind of overlapped. And maybe for that, maybe I'm better off getting that as a custom specific module because maybe I don't have time to redesign things. If I do, if I'm in an early stage, I might even have time to redesign things and change models, change names, and adapt that. So that depends a bit. So I may even, at the limit, I could just merge as it is for the customer because I can't do more, and leave that open. And on the next customer, maybe take the time to make it right according to the reviews I got, and then try to have it merged. So it's having in a PR is not a problem for me. It's like it's there for other people to know this is a work in progress. You could pick from here, or you could comment, or you could reuse what you like.
Thanks.
I would say it's in your interest to follow up because you are going to gain some time for when you are going to migrate. Because then, if you you have pending pull requests, it's already difficult when you are going to migrate. But it's a true problem we have. Yeah.
But at least I get the feedback. I know what's wrong. Can you have one more, just, or we don't have time?
There is. Well, we are running late. We are already 2 minutes late.
We can talk. We can talk there.
So
okay?
I think better is to talk outside.
We can talk outside. Fair. Thank you.
The next talk is by Yannick, and Yannick is there.
Yep.
Okay. Can you hear me good on the back? It's all right? Okay. So welcome to this talk. This will be an introduction about GraphQL API and how we did it in one of our projects at Camp2Camp. So I'm Yannick Payer. You can see me on GitHub and Twitter with Y Vaucher here. So during this presentation, I will explain you why we use GraphQL, what it is. So give you a bit of context of the project in which we use it. So it's mostly a showcase, an introduction of the module we use that is coming from the OCA. I show you a bit how it is in Odoo with a little demo, and then
I will give you some tips on how you could make your own API with GraphQL. So let's get into the subject. So what is GraphQL? GraphQL is a query language which allows you to make your own query with exactly what you want. So the developers that use your API will not, like a REST API, always get the same result. He can ask for specific fields, and he can ask also for a graph of data, which means he can go inside the relation and deep dive into the relation. So how they say in GraphQL is ask what you need and get exactly that. Here you have two examples of so a query here with some objects and few fields that we are asking, and here the result of the query, the data you get back from the API. You will be able to find the base modules that we used in the OCA, which is in the repository REST framework. And this module was made by Axon. Thanks for them for doing that. And this module is based on a Python library named Python Graphene. So more about the project we used this API in. It's a project in Switzerland for a website. So it's really far from a standard Odoo project. It's a project where we don't use even invoicing, we don't use a stock. We use a lot of custom objects. I will get into the detail later. But basically, it's a website and an application to get some tracks for the mobility or non-motorized mobility by bike or hiking. And so if you want to visit Switzerland by foot or by bike, I invite you to go to Switzerland Mobility and look at the tracks. I'm not paid by the tourism office, but it's a nice way to visit Switzerland. So the project on itself, we used inside it Engine. It's another set of modules you might have heard of in the OCA. So it's to add some Postgres layer inside Odoo, PostGIS inside Postgres in Odoo, so you can display maps with, which is based on open layers inside Odoo. Because in this project, as we have the route for where you go by bike, we store a lot of geodata. So as I said, it's a really custom project where we use Odoo as a framework. We have more than 40 custom objects. And another thing which is really special in this project is that we have a lot of editors. Well, not that much, 55 editors, which are users, but they are shared in 40 companies. So we use a standard model REST company for a lot of users. This is to allow them to edit only some of the data. Because on the workflow on itself, so in this project, we have an ETL-like tool in which we gather a lot of data from different tourism office and we have the editor that turns those data. We gather some data from some APIs, and we make some import from some CSV, some JSON files, and so on. And in this, in there, we have a validation and then a publication with a revision system. So the user can have a published version of their object, plus as they can go back in draft, still have the published version, which is still saved in the revision system, and be able to modify it for the next version of their object, like the tracks or some photo or so on. And for that, we this is a really old project we have at Camp2Camp. So we came from a kind of REST API that we had, which was getting a bit old. And so we decided to upgrade that, to have something new, and we wanted to use GraphQL API. The main reason for that is that we have 3 different data consumers that will use our data from that is available in Odoo database. So we expose those data with GraphQL API, which is JSON data. We have some geodata, and we have a lot of image. But here we just share the link to the image, which are stored in Amazon S3 repository. And then we have those 3 data consumers, which take the data and save them in their own database. We have a website, which is the main website with all the information on where you can go buy bike, rent a bike, with nice photo of the path you will go with your bike, and so on. Maybe some hotel you want to rent, and so on. We have another application, which is a web map, which is available from the website, but it's 2 different developers that take the data from there, from Odoo. So they have the separate data. And we have also a mobile application. And by the way, with the mobile application, you can design your own tracks, and if you pay a subscription, and so you have the profile of where you will go and how hard it is, and so on. So this was the main reason why we wanted a GraphQL API, because it's really flexible, and all those different data consumers have different needs. For instance, the web map obviously will use a lot of the geodata, whereas the website don't use geodata at all, because it will be linked to the web map. So let's have a little look at what it looks like. Oh. Here. So we have an Odoo on which I installed the GraphQL API, and this is the graphic interface to make your query. It's really handy for the developers, and you have some So you will start by creating a query, and then you will be able to ask for some data with parameters. Like here, I want that. And if I just run that here, it will pre-fill me automatically. I just clicked on the play button, and it fills me automatically all the fields that are available on this object. So let's change it. So for instance, I'm a developer. I don't want all those fields. Maybe I'm interested only in the ID, the name, and the title, and maybe also the number here. So I can have this like that. I have some standard field here. Maybe now I want to go a bit deeper in the relation, because so this object is a route, so it's a path you will go with by bike or by foot, or even with boat or something like that. And we have, for instance, a sub part of the route. We can ask for also information on that. So you see here, I can in one query ask for different items that I have behind the hood in Odoo, instead of making multiple queries on different endpoints. I can make only one query on one endpoint. So this is it, just for a sneak peek of what it looks like. So you know what I'm talking about. So let's get back on track. So as you saw, we were on this endpoint, which is GraphQL, which is a pun with graphic for the graphic interface, which allows you to have auto-completion, auto-documentation of your API, which is quite handy for the developers that will use your API. And simply, when you have done your queries, you just have to remove the I here, and it's a real endpoint, the GraphQL endpoint that the developer will use or other system will use. Okay, so let's get on how to set up this. First, I want to give an advice on the authentication. There is in the OCA a repository server auth, in which you have a module named auth API key. This will allow you to create in your controller some route with the authentication method API keys. It will also create you a form view where you can create your own key for specific users. And this will allow you simply to make some query, for instance, here with car. So we have the query here in GraphQL, and here you just pass the API key, and that's it. No trouble with session or things like that. It makes the dev life easier, which we mostly like. So then, how to start on creating our API? First, we have to create a schema. So the schema is the registering of the query we want to allow. In the little demo I did, we just queried one type of object as the base object, then you can give in other object. But here are the one I use, for instance, is this one. So you can provide what are the parameters of those queries, which will be some field types. So in the example, I used the limit parameter to say I wanted only 2, and so on. And then when you have created those endpoints, you will have to define the resolve method. We will go later in other slide on what are the resolve methods, which are really important to make your API. And then simply you declare, so you import for Graphene here, and you have, well, we will see, we have in the module created by Axon, we have an object type, an Odoo object type, which will make which will be the helper to make the translation from Odoo to Graphene, so for your GraphQL API. Then, when you have done your list of query you want to be able to do, you will have to define all objects you want to be able to access. Simply, it's creating in Python some classes which are inheriting from Odoo object type. Here I made some interface, so you can create some abstract classes to make some standard behavior. And then you declare your fields. So those are the fields not from Odoo, but those are the fields from Graphene. And then you will have your resolver that will translate from what is in Odoo to what you want to expose in your API. So basically, this is the mapping from Odoo to GraphQL API. So you will declare a lot of different objects. And when you declare some object, you might have some trouble. So this is just a tip I give you because I had some trouble with it. You might have some cyclic referencing. This is a limitation with Graphene and GraphQL implementation. So for instance, you have an object that links to another and the other links in the other direction. In such case, you will want to use a deferred import of the other files. Otherwise, you have a chicken and egg issue. Which one comes first? Well, we all know the egg is first, but that's it. Then, one thing to know also is when you declare your object and you define all fields that are available from your object, by default, GraphQL will translate your field from snake case to camel case. This is the standard, but if you don't like it, you can disable it, or you can get used to it. Now, the important part, which is how is GraphQL finding the data directly? We have those resolvers. So basically, if you just create your model and you link it to an object in Odoo and you declare some fields, it will just try to get the same field on your Odoo model. So if you declare, for instance, a name of type string, basically it will, root is like record, a record set. It will get directly that object, that value. But sometimes you want to do something different. So to do that, you can create your own types of fields. For instance, in this project, we did a translation because we, as in Switzerland, we are a country with 4 main languages. We needed to pass in 4 languages most of the data we have, most of the strings. So all translatable string in Odoo are of type translation here, and we have a JSON format to provide that with each value for each language. And with a new type of field, so you define a default resolver for it, so you don't care about it, you just define it once for the type of field and it will use the same resolver each time. But then you might want to, for some objects, some fields, specific fields, you want to define a specific, very specific behavior because you have maybe a computed field, but you want to get some data or other data. You can define a resolver just by defining a method with the prefix resolver underscore and the name of the field you name, and it will bind them together, nothing else to do on that. Or what you can do is, as an attribute of your field, when you define a field, you can provide the resolver. So if you reuse some resolver, you can share it on different fields. It might be useful. So when I said that we had this object root inside our resolvers, so basically root contains an Odoo environment. This is thanks to the base GraphQL module that you can fetch in the OCA. And so, yeah, you have your standard environment. Either you use it as a record or you can use it to search whatever you want in Odoo as you would do in a standard Odoo module. On some tips I can give you on resolvers. Maybe you don't want to, your developers that use your API that might not be Odoo developers to have those many-to-many or one-to-many or many-to-one suffixes. So what we did in this project, we just cut them, we removed them, and we made some helpers for that, but yeah. Another things we had to resolve, because it's a bit an Odoo issue on itself, is that Odoo, for Odoo, it might not know what is false and what is known, because it will use false every time. So for your API, what you want usually is when a relation is not defined, you don't want to give a false value, which is nonsense. You want to give a null value in the JSON. So in this project, as some example of resolvers, as I said, we use the translations resolver. So it looked like this. Here we see the title. Well, one I didn't mess here. So we have this JSON format. So this is just one field, and we check in the higher translation table. We get the data and we expose them through the API. Other than that, we had some, as I said, it's a project with a lot of geometries, some geodata. So we didn't display for complex geometry directly them in the JSON we provide. We created some URL that's a link to another endpoint to create some GeoJSON or GeoBuff files, which GeoBuff is basically just a way of compressing GeoJSON. And for simple coordinates, it's just a XY list of 2 values, and that's it. But for that, we made a new type. So as we have maybe a dozen of different objects with a coordinate, because there are photos that were taken somewhere, there were some point of interest that you can visit, and so on. We just don't want to make the resolver dozens of times. We just do it once and we reuse it. And then we have also really specific things. I forgot to go back in slideshow. We have some ordered relation many-to-many, where we have we don't want to expose the intermediate table, and we have some pass-through fields to say, yeah, just expose that object from there. But we want it ordered, so we made some resolvers that we use in the field attributes that we can reuse a lot in a lot of different places. And that's it for my presentation. Any question? Yeah. Maybe you want the mic?
No, I think I can do it. When I was investigating the approach, I was asking and trying to get information myself whether there are specific use cases where Graphql is really superior to REST API. So, do you have and I didn't, to be honest, I didn't find a clear answer to that. I suppose that the majority of advantages lies in the fact that you just have to do one query for a lot of data instead of calling lots of endpoints for a complex model. But I'm curious to know what your perspective on that is.
Yeah, here the idea was really to, well, some of the fields that we expose might be computed, and it might take some time. So if you can ask only for some specific fields, you bypass this computation, and you don't need to wait on this. So if you can ask only what you want, to me it's interesting. For the part where you can go in multiple level of the relation, this one I'm not sure it's more efficient, because anyway, well, the Odoo ORM will have to do its work. And it might be also a part of taste, maybe. But if you have a lot of data to share, there is one aspect also which might be interesting, is that you might have less data in your transfer because you only ask for specific things.
So it's about efficiency then?
Yeah, yeah, I would say so. Yeah. There was another question?
We have one customer who would like to use GraphQL.
Yeah.
But he's not a programmer.
Yeah.
And so what I would like to see is like a module in which he, as a user, can build his own API. Like he
Oh, okay. This was not a requirement for us because we wanted to have the full control on it. So we did it the manual way. I mean, we coded it, each object, each relation we wanted to expose, so we choose it like that. But maybe if you want to make a contribution, you can.
Help me understand. I'm not a developer.
Yeah, sure.
So is this to exfiltrate data from an Odoo database to an exterior system, or the other way around?
No, it's so this the view I showed you. It's an URL from it's an Odoo which is installed on my computer, and the data I expose here comes from the database of Odoo.
Oh, I see.
So it's exposing the data from Odoo. But yeah, it might be confusing because my project here, we were gathering data from elsewhere, preparing it, and then re-exposing it.
Oh, I see. Okay. So it went outside Odoo, then it came back into Odoo again. The website was the front end of?
No, the website is completely different. It's a different, it's not Odoo at all. Yeah.
I'd just like to confirm that all kind of groups and rules from Odoo are being enforced when the data is fetched. Like there are conditional rules in Odoo to say whether or not the user has kind of more row level access to the data. Is there filtering going on through this API? Or?
Well, what you could do, for instance, here, as I said, we have a revision system, which basically is having in the same table two versions of the same object, one which is published, one which is not. So we have a filter to say we expose only the revision one, which are the published one. Basically, you have your standard Odoo search method that you can use, and so you can do yourself the filter you want. And yeah, but here, for instance, when I do a limit here, what I do really behind the hood, in the search, I do the Odoo limit in my search. So you can pass also some arguments for some filtering from what input give your users. Any other question? So, thank you. And I don't know who is next.
Right. Ouais. Ouais. Hi. So I'm Pierre Verkest. I work as a freelance, and I'm going to show you a few modules regarding attendance that I have developed for a small French company which is called Compo Gravure Industrie. There are 10 persons doing publishing, desktop publishing, working with illustrators and other softwares. Marie-Claire is the boss, which use check-in, check-out for employees, and asked me to do it on Odoo version 14. When I start the project, I haven't seen that in version 15 and 16, Odoo implements a concept of overtime, which is not the same I have published under the OCA. So when I start the project, I had a look into the attendance repository, and I developed those two modules, Azure Attendance Overtime and Azure Attendance Validations, that I have based on other modules present in this repo. Attendance autoclose will finalize attendance that employees forgot to check out. There is a cron which closes automatically the attendance. Attendance reasons will add some information on that line, and if it's closed by the cron, you're gonna see it with this module. And also tracking modification lets know when time have been changed by user afterwards. So for Compo Gravure, they works 35 hours a week, each employees, and basically the time you configure in Odoo, it's 7 hours per day. But the thing is, employee can come with in a flexible range. So we had to put those informations. So in the standard resource, this is come from a technical working times where you can you can declare different timesheets, work times for that you link on your employees. So we had some configurations here to be able to say employee can leave between 4:30 to until 5:45 to So employees have a contract for 35 hours and can work more with the same price until 160 hours per year. And it's the manager who decide if employees can do overtime or extra times. So we also add the notion of overtime. So in this project, overtime is the time after the flexible time where user can leave or start to work. So by default, we decide that overtime is not due by the company, but if the manager asks the user to do that time, it can go to the attendance line and check the checkbox to give the time to the employee. So the goal for the employee is to get 35 hours a week by default. So we had to give feedback to the user what's the time, how long he works on the week. So we had the time of the week on the checking forms, and we also add the time, the starting time and time of each range he can do, with a message that you can configure in the attendance reasons. If you, for instance, if you are still working a bit late, you tell the user that you should break to work and go home. So after that, I'm gonna just show you on the Odoo interface. Each week's manager is going to validate the time employee have done. So we have a cron job, a task that generate automatically line for each employees. So if you're coming here on the Monday morning, you have the list of all employees for the week before that is already created. So if you have change in holidays or in attendance, you can retrieve the last change from this button. And here, basically, you can see all the attendance of the user and his holidays, and you get a complete view of what he did. And if you want, for instance, you can say, okay, this overtime, because he worked from after the day. As manager, I want to use this time. So the user have worked 3 hours more than 35 because there is 3 days off and 17 hours works. So as manager, I can change if I want, before generate compensatory hours, I can change this time. And let's say I want to give a bit more. I don't know why. I can validate the timesheet, and it generates compensatory hours, 5 day off, that user can then use in time off module. Probably I missed some configuration to get it here, but employees can see the result of the validation sheet once it is validated, and there is a bit less information here, just the result of the total time works, and that's it. And for the moment, we use the standard pivot view to make sure we don't give more than 160 hours to the user, and if we do more, we have to pay more the employee for each hour. So this work is the overtime module is already merged in Azure Attendance. This module is waiting some reviews from you, and that's it. So Azure, well, managing times, a project with times can be complicated from the point of view of management, but for this project was pretty easy because user already have to check in and check out with another systems, and Marie-Claire managed this part of for the management of the employees. So the module was pretty well accepted, and they can get compensatory hours, which is great also as a manager to I don't remember, to say thanks to the employee, to give thanks to the company. So thanks to OCA contributors who give reviews, and the organization today. And if you have any questions.
Do you use this system with external device? Like how do you clock it? Can you use with, have you any experience using with biometrics device or something?
No, I have no experience with that. Where user basically check in and check out with they all have an access to the Odoo, so they use this form to check in and check out. Thank you very much. Oh, yes.
Where do you set extra cost for extra hours? How do you set that?
What?
On the employee, is it?
Well, actually, when you spend more than 100, well, no, this is not managed yet, because they do not. They try to not do more. Yes.
Is there any link between this and the timesheet application?
No. No. There is no link between timesheet and attendance. I think there is some modules in the OCA to try to at least to get the difference, to see what in the given attendance, what the employee have done, but we don't use it. And thank you very much.
that's something like this.
Hello, everyone. So my name is Maxime Chanroy. I work for open source integrators in the US, and we'll discuss today field service management for the next 30 minutes. So my first questions to all of you here. Louder? Okay. So we'll discuss field service management in the next 30 minutes. My first questions to all of you here is who has been working with field services for your customers or modules? Yep. Any kind of references you want to share with us today? Like the industry, what's their processes? Yep. So you okay. Okay. With direct access to Odoo from their phone or something they do work at night? Okay. So they're not yet on Odoo. Okay. Okay. Any other references? Okay. Same thing using Odoo 14 and the field service module from the OCA? Yep. Okay. Any other example? Nope. So today it's a brief introduction. So if you've been using those modules for a couple versions, you may not learn new things today, but the idea is to discuss what you've been doing with those modules and get feedbacks on where we want to go, especially considering the field service module from Odoo Enterprise and how we want to be and provide better features for our customer here. So a brief introduction about what is field service management. We'll discuss some new features we've been adding with the current customers. Again, very simple demos on 15, and discuss the roadmap for 16 and maybe other versions as well. So what we call field service management is basically managing all the professional activities that any company may be doing outside of their facilities. So inspections, we got internet service providers as customers, we got construction company, we have Home Pro in the room today that does home installation of equipment. So, and home cinema, so those kinds of industries, they'll need to manage a team of people on their truck coming to the office or warehouse every day and installing or repairing stuff on the remote location. Utilities as well, so we discussed it, distributions, and construction companies may be using those modules. So new features, they're all most of them are on the OCA repo. New features they come from existing customers. So we've made the migration to 14 this year. That's really the highlights of what we've done. There is not a lot of new features, but for those who doesn't know what we provide is you can manage the whole workflow of your field service orders. You can invoice from it. It has all the integration with stock, with accounting, with help desk. So you can integrate the FSM process with all the other modules in Odoo. So make it pretty integrated with the rest of the platform. In terms of field service per se, we've been working on the routing, so being able to gather lots of field service orders in the same route and trying to integrate with external system to optimize the route for distance, for gas consumption, for those kinds of metrics. And also we'll see it's still a work in progress, but we made the foundation to build the real-time tracking with a mobile app, and that's one of the subjects I want to discuss at the end. Is we have made a iOS and Android app for the technical people the workers on the road to track they can get their work that needs to be done during the day, and the idea is to track where they are, what they have in their vehicles, and what they have in terms of capabilities and skills. So on a typical phone call, it's where is the team, who is the closest to who is the closest worker with the skills and the equipment to go on site and take on that new job, new call we just got. So that's the idea of real-time tracking. See the states of all the equipment or workers on the road. So quick demo of what we have available right now in 15 for those who haven't seen those modules. So it's a new app in the menu here as field services. It's a standalone one, so it's a different architecture that Odoo decided to go with by reusing the project module. This is a separate application that can stand and be used on its own. And so you can configure all the different stages of your, not only the FSM orders, but the equipment or the location or the workers. So they may not always be available. They may have a different stages there that you can customize. And then you can manage your list of location here with the address, phone number, who to contact when you get there, how to get there. We have the geolocalization as well, so you can get those people, those workers or location on the map and see where they are and have a different symbols based on their state. So we have the location on one side, we have the workers on the other, and workers may have like a list of locations they can attend. They may have, like I said, skills. They may have equipment in their vehicles. They may be internal employees. They may be outsourced as well. So that's different kind of scenario there are available. We can manage their working schedule. So once you define those two dimensions, those two lists of people and location, then we can start having transaction. So we have the order here. You can create your FSM order, have different types here. Maybe it's an update and location 2. You can assign it to one of the worker. You can provide the description of the work. They can log what was the resolution to the issue or what's the result of the activities that they perform there. We manage all the scheduling information, the dates. We can activate template as well. So if you always do the same kind of job and have a standard time. We can compute the schedule end date and time of that work. One of the customers we worked with to develop those modules have an RFQ for each of their FSM orders. So they have 1,000 people on the territory, and they get a new order and they send it to 5 of their workers, and the quickest one with the skills then can say, hey, I can be there at that time. The other ones may say, I can only go there tomorrow. And so you can assign the job based on the fastest respondent to the call. And you can leave instructions on what to do on site. You can how to get there. We can even go into more details managing activities. So if, for example, an inspection, they need to take a picture, they need to do certain steps during their work there. They can, some may be optional, some may be required. So those are the kind of scenario that we support here. And then we can save this and go through the scenario there. You can configure the steps. You can, same thing as the Kanban view in Odoo, you can prioritize with the stars, and at the end of the job you can generate the supplier invoice if it's a subcontractor, or you can track the cost based on timesheet. You can have different rate based on whether it's travel time or work time on site. That will generate as well also the customer invoices along with the analytical accounting. So that's all integrated. And then same thing, we have the so you can do some reportings based on the FSM orders. How long did it take to close the issue, or do some after the fact performance review. So those reporting is available here. And what else? I think that's it. I haven't, so this is the basics we have here in 15. I'll show you some of the configuration option here. So we can manage equipment. We can manage a distribution network. So if you have different location, but some location it's don't have so you can manage which is the parent, which is the child, and see, for example, if a router is down, then all the customers behind it will not get internet. So we can automatically send an email to all those people when the network is down, when it's coming back up. Those kind of scenario, or even do some fences around, hey, the worker is 20 minutes away from your home, so he will be knocking on your doors pretty soon. So we can automate those kinds of notifications. So typical scenario, you get a delivery from Amazon and they just tell you, hey, we'll come that day, and you have to stay the whole day home just to get the stuff you're supposed to receive. So we can provide better, more precise time frame here. On the workers, we manage teams, skills. So teams means like different skill set or different process. What we don't have there, and that's on the roadmap, is the crew management. So if you have 2 or 3 trucks with two or three people on that truck and they do the same thing, that's what we call a crew. The teams is really, you have electricians, you have plumbers, and they have a different process, different skill sets, so you can separate those as different teams. And each team can have many crews based on whatever you want to define. Vehicles, so same thing. Vehicles can have a stock inventory, so we will, the modules will provide all the routes to make sure that maybe you do a 3-steps process in your warehouse, and then it gets loaded into the vehicles, and from the vehicles gets installed and delivered to the customer. We configure all the reverse as well, the return from the vehicle. So example we got in Chile is a customer was delivering a water bottle for the fountain of companies, and they only load back to the truck the empty, they only delivers to the customer the full bottles based on the empty ones they get back. So if they only return 3, if they want 3, they need to return 3. So those kinds of routes and reconciliation is supported by what we've done so far in those modules. On the orders, you can see basically what I just described. We can invoice, we can link to anything else in Odoo, whether it's project and tasks, CRM, agreements and contracts, logistics. We do manage recurring orders. So for some landscaping company where they sign a contract for a year and comes on site every 2 weeks or every 3 weeks to mow the gardens or to expand some, put some les engrais en anglais, fertilizer. So that those are the kinds of scenario we support as well. I mentioned the routes. That was mostly for our customers in Chile, so they got 15, 20 orders per day, and that's how they sort the orders in those routes based on the gas consumptions and those kind of things. And we also did, like, based on that schedule, we show on their website, hey, the customer, the route is full for tomorrow, then the next route is going to be on the next day, or maybe it's not a route we do every day, it's every 2 days. So those kinds of scenario can be supported as well. And we support GeoEngine and the Google Map for the mapping map view. Any questions on what we have seen so far? Nope. Yep. That's in progress. It's and I would say even in negotiation. So we just completed the migration to 14 with a customer, and they are evaluating migrating to 15 and 16. So we evaluated the work a couple of weeks ago with the 2 versions, and we'll repeat that exercise in a month at the end of October. And so far they haven't signed and give us the go, but maybe in November they will say, let's do migration to 15 first, or they might say, let's jump to 16. So what you show us is already available in version 12 to 14? What I said is available on 14. Okay, only 14. What I showed is this is 15. Okay. So if there is a feature there, that's why nothing has been checked and installed, because it's not migrated or fully migrated yet. But if that's something that's available upon migration. So I don't know if it's there, what we've done. So you can store the information about which workers serves this location and manage these skills. And so basically on the FSM orders in the backend, so you have your templates, it will set the skills and categories or whatever criteria, and based on this, will filter the list of workers that can do the job. So you may have 1,000 workers in your database, but since you selected this location and these skills, you may only see 10. So that's how we do it. The other way we provide scheduling features is through the timeline view. So you have all your unassigned jobs at the top, and then you just drag and drop based on the load of each worker. Kind of what we've done with you, right? So, yep. So roadmap, I would say, yeah, roadmap, it's migration to 16. I've started working on it this morning. The idea is if by the end of tomorrow, if we can have like the field service module, the base one, migrated, so that will allow anyone to show the module, show the features, like kind of what I did today with 15, and even with the option, even if they're not installable, but at least we can easily show what needs to be migrated and start from there. What we did also on maybe 12 or 14, I'm not sure, but we started to work on the backend configuration of a mobile app, like being able to list all the hardware and setting up how often do we want to get the geolocalization back to Odoo, so we can track on the map the last position. Maybe you want this to happen every 5 minutes or every 15 minutes, that depends. That's all, the backend is there. I think we got some prototype working on this, but that's the discussion I'd like feedback on today, is how to support the development of the mobile app. Do we make it fully open source so anyone can touch it, or is it, we were thinking about maybe providing it for free up to 10 users and then have some fundings to from bigger company to pursue this development. So if anybody has any idea there or feedback or scenario, I'm here to listen to it. Yep.
Do you have any feature like suggestion, the work order to the worker?
That's kind of what we discussed. The idea is it's not, so that's going back to what I said with our customers, is when they go on the order here, you can have a list of, we can populate that list here with a list of workers that serve that area, and have the skills or any other criteria that you want. And so, like I mentioned, the RFQ process starts with those guys here. So if we have like 5 workers that serve this area with the skills, with the stuff in their truck, we can send an email, they get a message, and they can say, well, I can do this job today at 2 p.m. or tomorrow at 4. And so the dispatcher from that screen here can see their reply and say, and assign it to whoever. So that's kind of the suggestions you're mentioning, and then you can decide which one wins the job. That's how we would do it. Any feedbacks on the mobile app, how it should work? Yep.
I would like to know that the FSM worker is linked with the HRP employee model or not?
So the FSM worker is linked to a partner, and that partner can be linked to an employee. Yeah. In 15, that would need some migration. Well, so first, no. If we go to the list of partners here, the workers are here. So there's nothing to migrate per se. Any questions? Are you good to go with your leads here with your project? Yeah. Okay. Yep.
Is there a way to temporarily assign a worker to a different location for a specific period of time?
Nope. No, we don't support that yet.
It's a weird requirement.
Yeah. And because with that you would need to manage maybe like it's like extra work rate. So I mean that's something we manage. Like you can have travel time, we can have if it's overtime rate. So we can manage different time rate here, but that's yeah. Yep.
Coming back to the mobile app configuration, I'm wondering with technology you are using, and I'm wondering if you plan to move it to the OCA, if you're gonna get a lot of contributors, because that's probably not the same technology. So not that easy.
I'm not sure. Is Jay in the room? No. Jay Vora is in the Code Street room. I think he might give you more information on the technical stack here that they selected. I don't have the details, but it's we haven't published it in the OCA. It's public, I think, maybe not, because it's not complete. And it's right now it's very specific to each of the customers. So based on the customer, they add features, but sometimes it's separated because of the scenario and also scenarios, colors, those kinds of languages as well. So not sure about the details, but yeah, it's not ready to be published yet because we're not ready to receive any contributions, and that's the whole idea of this talk, is to get feedback on the scenario so that we can agree on something to work together on. Yeah. And also build the business model to support it, because but I think what we've seen in the market is having the mobile app and the back end, it's a game changer. You can integrate what we've done in Chile, for example, is they are all outsourced drivers, and they do everything from the app, like counting the number of empty bottles they get, delivering the full ones. They may receive payments, they may be receiving signatures or taking pictures or anything, and at the end of their route, they go back to the. They don't need to like an inspection. Typically, they would need to sit down in their hotel at night and fill up their work. They can today it's directly from the app, from the mobile. So there's no extra time at the end of the day. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. That's why we started with the backend. So there's a module, maybe not in the OCA, we call it Field Service Mobile, and that's where we configure the backends of what we can or cannot do with the. So I mentioned the frequency of the GPS location, but yeah, the configuration, some features can be remotely activated. The offline mode is a features we get requested a lot, because in a construction there might not be any address, there might not be any GPS, so it's or network on site. In Chile you can have mountains and you get no signals, so yeah, those kinds of. I'll talk to Simone and Joel. Cool. And I think I'm done for the day. Thank you. I think it's lunchtime, right?
That's why you ended up in Odoo then. So no, it's interesting because so that's what your clients say, don't they? That's the automation. And do you find with automating processes that they're becoming flexible? Do you think Odoo provides more flexibility than SAP in, say, the customers to make a change? I don't want that automation anymore. And is that within Odoo, or is that separate? dès le départ, on s'est dit, voilà, c'est comme ça qu'on va la construire, comme ça qu'on l'a construit, on part d'un exemple, et on l'a construit ensemble à plusieurs, pour vraiment que ce soit communautaire dès le départ.
Mais nous,
on a voulu pousser un truc
non,
déjà
c'est
existant,
pas,
c'est super compliqué.
non, c'est
genre, on
pas
s'accroche.
l'intérêt. Ah non, c'est ça, mais pour ça que nous, c'est pas forcément la façon dont je vais le présenter aujourd'hui. Mais l'idée, c'est ça, c'est plus dire, mais voilà, nous, on a fait des tests un petit peu de notre côté, juste pour comprendre les besoins des clients, voir un peu c'est quoi les problématiques qu'il y a. Et une fois que tu as un client, ça va bien. Et une fois que tu as le deuxième, le troisième, le quatrième, tu te dis, ah bah oui, on est ça, donc on pense qu'au final, la responsabilité de l'administration.
Ouais, c'est pour ça qu'on s'est dit aussi, voilà, quand tout ce qu'on a fait dans le
Non,
passé,
mais,
on parle du président,
on parle du président,
et
et
on
avec
parle
tout ce que tu as appris à
voilà.
intérieurement, alors c'est ça nous qu'on avait besoin de faire, c'est apprendre. Et donc là, je pense qu'on a appris. Et donc, toi, l'aspect offline, ouais, c'est super important, c'est pas possible. C'est-à-dire, tu peux être
convertisseur. Avec toi ou pas? Non? Ouais, mais c'est parfait, c'est le moins on est, le mieux on va pouvoir échanger. Le but, c'est de hein? Ou alors ils vont faire un appel peut-être. Je sais pas.
Appelle tout le monde, Virginie.
Bah, pas trop non plus, parce qu'on va faire un peu les paramètres.
Ah, t'es correct, ça?
C'est un truc. Donc désolé, t'es redescendu pour rien. Tu peux redescendre, Steve.
J'allais repartir.
Donc comment tu veux qu'on fasse? Moi je peux présenter si tu veux l'intro. Bon, on va faire intro ici. Ça, je peux faire. Cool. C'est bon, bah tu vois, il y a du monde qui arrive déjà. Merci beaucoup.
Dans notre côté, comme ça, on aura des photos de l'autre côté, comme tu veux.
Oups, le survey,
Oui, non, mais je ne vais pas l'afficher, c'est juste ça.
Ah, ok.
Il est dans le. Il est là.
Mais par contre, tu vas pouvoir afficher sur ton écran quand même le. Ouais.
Hein?
Tu vas pouvoir afficher sur ton écran.
Non, mais je vais checker ça là-dessus.
Ok.
Mais oui, je peux l'afficher. Ça peut marcher.
Je vais le mettre plus loin. Comme ça.
Graham, you know how to start the streaming again?
Where is it?
On the back there.
Ouais, c'est bon. C'est bon. Ouais, c'est bon, it's ok. C'est bon.
Oh. No, this is the streaming.
Yeah, it's for the streaming. How do you know it's okay?
Bah parce que c'est mon fond d'écran.
No, that's the presentation. Yeah, no, the streaming. Oh, here we go.
Le pro.
I train you on that.
Oh, Community Frank, come on.
Ah, pour streamer, pardon. Ok, vas-y.
Pour le streaming.
Pour YouTube.
Mon anglais qui fait des faux quoi, putain. Ouais. Par contre, voilà. Ouais, j'aurais bien aimé. Putain, sans déconner. Non. Je sais pas si on est bon. So we'll start. Can you hear us at the back of the room? Yes? Perfect.
Just for the streaming, you might want to be closer to the microphone.
Sorry?
Te mettre ici pour le streaming.
So today is not a presentation, but more of an exchange between us on accounting practices on community edition. So this will unfold as maybe a 20 minute, 15 minute, according to the clock on exchanging information on all national markets, maybe exchanging information or the challenges or struggles that we may find in our day-to-day operation, implementing community accounting, and maybe keeping 5 to 10 minutes to exchange on possibility or ideas and proposals to tackle these challenges. Just before we start, I'm Julien. I work with Numigi. I've been working with Numigi for 5 years and a half, and I've been working on Odoo for 6 years approximately. So I've been working in both enterprise and community version on accounting and other domain as well.
And hi everybody, so I'm Quentin. I'm with Numigi as well from the start, and I've been on Odoo for 7 years now. And Numigi, we're an integrator located in Montreal, Canada, so in the French part of the country. Before we dive in, we'll just do a quick survey by show of hands to have the feeling of the crowd. So by show of hands, in which regions are you guys located? So for America, not so many people. Europe, okay, mostly, and then Asia. Yes. Africa, one, and Oceania. One. Okay, so mostly Europe. But anyway, the goal here will be to talk broadly about the challenges in the accounting, not necessarily related to one region or the other. Again, by show of hands, who here cover accounting in most of their projects? So about a bit more than the half. And to cover those accounting needs, do you mostly use the enterprise or community version? So for enterprise and community. Okay, so half and half as well. And are there people here that have been using the accounting modules, but that did a migration from any version to version 14 in accounting? How was it? Okay. Okay. All right.
So maybe we'll start with giving some feedbacks on what we see in Quebec, Canada, so that maybe we can have a different perspective on national market. It will be mostly in Europe, but I think it can be helpful as well for Oceania or Africa. So in Quebec, we have so these are the key subject of interest for today. So if you can note it to give feedbacks to us afterwards. So community edition is becoming harder for new partners to integrate because Odoo tended to cut off some key features version after version, and so for new partners it's becoming difficult. In Quebec we tend to have very few partners that work with accounting on community edition, and that's worrying because at the end of the day, if we have no more partners working with community edition for accounting, this will probably get less clients working with community edition overall.
So even experienced partners, some say to our clients or prospect that Community Edition no longer support accounting from V12. So even experienced partner don't want anymore to fight to deploy accounting on Community Edition. And new partners as well, they are easily convinced by Odoo that Odoo accounting is Odoo Enterprise only. So, and with all of this, we fear that on the mid or long term, we'll end up with a user base of Community Edition that will get smaller and smaller, and that is not profitable for the dynamic of the community on Odoo. So that's why we wanted to share and maybe get some feedback from other integrators in other places in the world. So who wants to start with their feedback and struggle maybe on Community Edition? Yes?
From one side of the room across to the other.
Yes?
We're a Dutch integrator there. I think across 30 or so implementations that we're running right now, about 20 of them handle accounting. Even those handful of projects that involve Odoo Enterprise are still very much community supported because we tend to use modules that we know, for example, payment orders, instead of the stupid way Odoo themselves implement payments. And I tend to recommend community modules, and this still gets accepted by our customer base at least. Now, 20 is not a surveyable number, it's just... Thank you. It's just a very small number, I would say, but what you're telling me here right now, that the fear is that in Quebec at least, the customer base will be shrinking. I don't foresee that happening in my part of Europe yet. Now, the other thing you alluded to was migrating to 14. For our localization, that was a big fat killer on our own internal migration because it ended up being on us to retag all the move lines because VAT tags weren't being correctly set. So, I mean, none of our customers were involved with this problem, but had one of them been, that would have been a massive headache. I think, Danny, you spent like 80 hours on getting the migration right. Now, it was also your first foray into open upgrade, but that is one of the reasons why I would possibly in the future recommend people, if these kinds of things happen, and it was because of an Odoo refactor, an Odoo SA refactor, if these kinds of things keep happening, then I might in the future tell people, okay, switch around from community, go into enterprise, because you as a single client cannot cover these costs because they're exorbitant. So 2 points. Community still very much possible. The risk is, for example, in core Odoo refactors, which in a single localization can end up being development hell for a single customer. My 2 cents.
Thanks. Thank you. Anyone else who wants to share on their project or challenges recently?
So I am Virginie. I work for CopyTZ, which is a Belgian-based cooperative here in Brussels. And we work with only Community Edition. We work mainly on the version 12 right now for the accounting. And I cannot find other Odoo integrators who are doing the full accounting on Community in Belgium. So I suppose there are, but I don't know where. I was thinking of Axon, but I've heard they don't do it. And so it's quite hard to maintain, for example, the tax report on the version 14. I've been working on it, but all the tax changed, and Stefan helped me, but it's not finished yet. And I'm thinking the same thing. We won't be able to support that on the long run. And we work with accounting cooperative as well, who works on Odoo, and they think of going to Odoo Enterprise because of that.
Okay.
So same experience.
Okay.
Yeah.
Someone else to share on this, on his experience on latest version, maybe 14 or 12?
Hi, I'm Graham. I guess I'm an accountant, so I take a slightly different view of things in that if you look at the core of accounting, it's identical on community as it is in enterprise. I mean, enterprise adds some nice stuff, reconciliation, some reports. Reports is typically what it sells, but if you look at the underlying data models, they're identical. And so, and I've got installations on both community and on enterprise, and the migration of them is roughly the same. Anybody who's done Odoo enterprise migration through version 13 was really the big changes. Will know that Odoo's enterprise migration is far from perfect, and getting through that particular hiccup. Open upgrade took a different approach, but nonetheless had problems as well. I think that was just, what we saw come out of Odoo after that was now when you write new code and refactor it, you have to write migration scripts at the same time, because it wasn't a mess for us, it was a mess for everybody, right? So for me, really the only difference between community and enterprise from I suppose from an integrator's perspective, is the reporting. And the display of information, and of course there's reconciliation. But apart from that is the underlying everything else about it is identical. And then of course you've got the migration side, but it's a lot easier to fix mistakes that happen in open upgrade than it is to fix mistakes that happen in enterprise migration, that's for sure.
Thanks. Who else? Maybe someone in, I don't know, Asia? There was someone from Asia. Do you want to share with us? You haven't done any project on accounting?
Yes, we have, but all of our project is customization, fully customization.
Fully customization. Okay. Thanks.
I'm from Asia. What was the question? I just came, so I'm not sure.
Actually, we just share our experiences and point of view and perspective on our national markets. So we were just exchanging our challenges that we came across during the project and the migration with the last evolution of Odoo.
Well, it doesn't matter, it's enterprise or community. Migration is always a hard thing, pain, for sure. If you ask us about Asian market in terms of accounting, especially to talk about, yeah, we have some projects in Asia as well, some in Europe as well. The only difference we see is the readiness of a product for Asian market. Odoo is not fully yet fit compared to the European market. So I believe accounting, first discussing about accounting is not well handled within Odoo in any version so far. No doubt they are improving so well. The recent change they did in version 13 of removing the invoice and just keeping only account moves, that was a copy from QuickBooks, I believe. So that has made things much better for end users. But in terms of migration, even though it is enterprise migration, as he said, yes, it takes a lot of time. There are multiple loops of, let's say, 5 or 6 times you will get a failure from Odoo enterprise side. Then they will give you a dump. They say, okay, test it out and so on. But yeah, talking about readiness of a customer to see accounting features, enterprise has an edge for sure. Enterprise is a plus side when they have on-screen reporting. Accountants, they are not technical people. They want everything on the screen. So that's where accounting enterprise in Odoo has an edge. About the migration, we have also done open upgrade migrations. But as he said, yes, it is easy to fix a problem in open upgrade because we have community, great community here, that we should have a claps for the community. They are doing a lot. But fixing a problem in Odoo side takes a bit longer time than open upgrade. So I would prefer open upgrade in migration is better. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. We have 5 minutes left. Maybe we can share all our ideas and proposal from what we saw speaking with different partners and seeing the market going. So as for the latest version, it's becoming more difficult for new partners to make their own recipe of accounting. Of course, there are aspects that are really depending on the country you're in, but there are common features that could be merged into one package to have the life of new integrators facilitate with accounting project. Also, something that could be done to have a clearer view on the market with accounting and community edition. Maybe we could say that having a feedback quantitative on the use of community edition for accounting would be helpful to follow the trend and see where it's going. And also qualitative surveys could be helpful into proposing new features that could be resolving not bug but fears on new partners onboarding community edition for accounting. So that was our ideas, speaking with different partners and seeing the market going. But if maybe we have a few minutes left. If you have something to add, maybe.
Yeah, I'll just drag the microphone back off.
So I think to your first one up there is that making a common accounting package is that I think that that's really kind of the next evolution of a lot of the OCA, not just for accounting, in that we have 4,000 modules now, I think someone was telling me the other day, and we need to start just packaging them, putting the nice res config settings around, making it look more like, so when you click this button, it will install that module and that kind of thing. And I think that's a really valuable piece of work that can be done in accounting, logistics, sales, across the board, right? Is that today for a new partner, you need to know that this module does this, this module does this, this module does this, and you need to install it. Whereas if we can start to give those things a front end, I think that will make the OCA much, much stronger in terms of its presentation to newer users and partners.
Yeah. Thank you. Anybody else? No? So I think we are done. Maybe this will generate more exchange or discussion for tonight, but we'll see. Thank you for your presence, and thank you for we thank the sponsor event for this event. Thank you.
Okay. You hear me well? Yeah, looks so. Let's start this talk about warehousing. So my name is Jacques-Étienne Baudou. I do Odoo project for now very, very long time. I'm one of the early adopter of Odoo. The last years, I've worked really a lot on a logistic project for managing a major warehouse in Europe. And I worked for that a lot with Cam2Camp the last years. And we collaborated now since many years together. I will talk about 3 concepts during this talk regarding how you can manage the work inside the warehouse. So I will come with the basics. You know, when you place an order, a sale order in Odoo, you confirm the order, that generates operations. The operations are based on the route, which is coming from your configuration on the warehouse. So in standard, you can choose 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, so pick, pack, ship. And those operations, so the stock picking, they are classified in what we call operation types, so the stock picking type. And in Odoo, it's very basic. You have 1 configuration you set on your warehouse, and that's it. So in real life, it's a lot more complicated than that, and we need more advanced solution to be able to manage how to classify each operation in your warehouse. As I said, I've divided this in 3 concepts we have put in the OCA. It's picture with different colors. So the one on the right is about releasing operation in the warehouse. In the middle is how is your flow in the warehouse from the stock until the carrier, so the company shipping the goods. And then the first on the left is about how to take the goods in the warehouse, where you collect the goods in the warehouse. Let me first talk about the one in the middle, and we'll illustrate that. I go back to So let's allow me to give some real example. I have a customer, he ordered this box. What you need to do, you take the box from the stock, for example, you put a label, and it's ready to be shipped. For example, let's imagine I want to ship that with DHL, because this is a small parcel, it's typically something you can deliver with DHL. You pick, you put a label, and it's done. Then we may ask ourselves, if I have 10 customers ordering the same box, do I need to pick 10 times this box? Separate by customer. It's maybe annoying. You can take 10 boxes from the stock, no matter from which customer. You have a pile of boxes. You go to the labeling station, and you label the box after each other. That's a very simple example. Let's complicate it a bit. I have a customer ordering 2 boxes. What do I want to do with 2 boxes? I want to be efficient in the cost. So I don't want to make 2 parcels with the box. I don't want to pay twice the transporter. I will take 2 boxes. I will go to a strapping station. I will put some strap, and I will create a bundle of 2 boxes. I will pay only once the delivery cost. That's a different way of working. Now I have a different customer. He don't want the box. He wants just 1 piece. Yeah, I took it from the OCA. So if I pick this from the box, this is in my stock. What I need to do with that, I need to pack it. So now I need to go to a packing station. And at the packing station, I will take an empty box. I will put this in the box, and then I will place that for shipping. And this is valid if you have multiple products. Or maybe let's say I have plenty of customers ordering only one piece because most of my sales is just one piece. Again, I need to care about who is ordering. No, you can pick all the pieces in your trolley, in your roller cage, or in a pallet. You don't mind. You don't mind about who is ordering. So what is important to understand in my illustration is that the strategy on how you work in your warehouse for collecting the goods from your stock, packing, shipping, or even extra step. Maybe I want 4 steps, could be. Maybe I will collect plenty of goods from my stock, bring to one location. I will sort them, like maybe a pigeonhole, and then I will pack them by customer, and then I will ship it. And when we ship, when we talk about a DHL, we ship nothing. We just put a label. Nobody is shipping something. DHL is coming and collecting the box. That's for my small customer. Then I don't only have small customer, I also have big customer. And the big customer, they don't want just a box. They want plenty of goods. And for them, I will set up pallets. I will stack all the product they want on the pallet. And it's a different story because I'm not using the same place in my warehouse to build the parcel or for building a pallet. When I build a pallet, maybe I have 10 pallets I need to ship to a customer. What is important now is that I need to manage how I will load the truck because the pallet will go in a truck, and if I have to ship 10 pallets to my customer, I need to have the 10 pallets in the truck and not 1 pallet or 2 pallets or 9 pallets. The 10 or nothing has to go in the truck. So in this case, the ship operation really matters. You need to ensure what you put in the truck. So, long illustration. This is a small extract of a real-life example. I gave you some explanation. This is representing, so on the far left you have the stock. It could go to consolidation, to packing zone, to an output, and then to the customer. And you see that we have classified all those operations because it's going to different location in the warehouse, it's using different machine, it's using different operator, and each step is going inside a picking type in Odoo, classifying what is the type of operation we are doing. And now you understand that just configuring pick, pack, ship on your warehouse is not enough to achieve this. So what we have created is a module called Stock Warehouse Flow. It's available in 14, and it allows you to give some rules. So like on the warehouse, I will just show you, based on information that is quite static. So my carrier, I know it. My product, I know if my product is in a carton. I know if it's prepackaged. I know maybe if I strap it or not. Maybe on the content of the order. So all information, you have it on your hand when the sale order is placed. And you can decide what is the best strategy to bring the goods to what we call customer location, so to have the goods outside your warehouse. How does it look in Odoo? Where do we have it? Here. So we have a new model called routing flows. It looks quite similar to what you have on a warehouse. And you can create a new flow. Let's say I want to have a DHL prepackaged flow for one of my warehouse. And the principle is that in standard, when you confirm a sale order, it's generating a delivery order. That's the last step. You always get this information. Maybe I want this for DHL. And you can now choose how many steps you want for this flow. 1, 2, 3, and after that it's still generating a route, so you can still adapt the route and make it more complicated. Let's say I want a 2-step operation, and you click generate the route. Of course, maybe sometimes you don't want a flow just for a carrier. Here in this case, I said it's prepackaged, so maybe I want to add a domain on my move saying that this is prepackaged. So if the product I'm delivering is prepackaged, I know I want to apply this flow. So here we have the condition of applicability of the flow, and then we have the result, which is the route. Just cancel this. When you generate the route, it will looks to this, so it's generating a route with the steps. Behind the scene, it's quite easy to understand because it's using a concept existing in Odoo. How Odoo is working when it's pulling a flow, it's always looking at the location. So the last step is the delivery, so going from the output to the customer. And based on what is my output location, it will pull a rule which is defined on this location. So what we are doing with this system, the trick is that we replace the output location based on the condition of applicability, and by replacing that, Odoo will pull the right stuff. You can also, if you want, define some procurement group. That's everything you can do in standard. Like I said, the example of I don't want to care about the order, so the procurement group in standard Odoo, it's always my sell order. But if you don't care about the order, you could say give a fixed procurement group, and then you will just have one picking for everybody instead of picking one piece after each order for each customer. I give you a small demo. Let's take this one. So I have an order with DPD. I will duplicate one, I confirm it. One thing I will talk just afterwards is regarding the release of operation. I just do it for now. And what happened is my delivery, my complete delivery flow has been classified automatically according to one of the flow I've defined. And here, because it was a DPD prepackaged package, so just this box, the system decided, okay, this is this flow to apply. It's a two-step operation, one person pick, and one person stick the label on it. Okay, so that was the first concept I wanted to introduce. The next one, you saw it a little bit when I clicked on the release button. What is important to understand is that in Odoo standard, when you place your order, you generate the picking operation, and that books your stock. And usually, you want to declare the fact that someone confirm an order and the fact that you book your stock at the same time. You want to control when your stock will be fully, really reserved in your stock. And this is done by the concept of release of operation, meaning that every order, sale order that is confirmed is only creating the last step, the ship operation, and this is waiting an action that you will then manage globally on your warehouse based on many conditions. And I will give you some example of condition. Typically, let's imagine I have a big customer ordering 10 pallets of a product. In Odoo, this will book my 10 pallets in my stock. And then I have another customer ordering one piece. What do I need in Odoo? I need 10 pallets plus one piece to be able to serve the customer that needs just a single piece. That's why you need to control when you want to make the reservation. Because maybe I want in the morning to ship the customer willing one piece, and in the afternoon I will do the biggest customer where I will ship all the pallets. And this is why we introduce the concept. We'll go back to the presentation. Up. The release of the output operation that allows you to still also see who placed an order before what, before who. So we still keep the FIFO principle, the first person that order is the first one that it will be served. If I take back my example, let's take this one. I place an order, I confirm the order. You see that only the delivery step is there. It's waiting to be released. This is what the module allows you to say in the route what is have to be blocked at the waiting stage. You can see all the moves. You have also a view with all the allocation, so you see everything that you need to output from your warehouse, and then you can group them, you can classify them, you can have some advanced dashboard to allow you to choose which one will be delivered after, before the other one. And we see a demand, we see a priority date based on when the order was placed, and how much is available. And this is based on how much I have in stock, and based on all the order still waiting to be delivered. And that's what we call the virtual reservation. So all the reservation to serve the right customer in the right order is done now on the shipping. And by changing this vision, this completely changed the way you look at your logistics. Because now it means that what you decide to place as operation inside your warehouse, you know you have the stock. Because in Odoo, if I have 5 pieces in stock, I make an order for 7, I will place a picking for 7 pieces. But I know I have only 5. What happened? I generate a back order. I generate a back order in the pick. I generate a back order in the pack. I generate a back order in the ship. But since the beginning, I know I have only 5 for this customer. With this concept, when you release the goods, you release only for the stock you have, meaning you never have back order for your internal operation. You really decrease the amount of operation. You create only the one you need to execute. That was the second concept. Last but not least. So now we control when we release the operation. We control which step we create for bringing the goods to the end of my warehouse, ready to load in the truck. Now I need to care what will I take in my stock, where will I collect the goods. And this is what this module allows you to do, the dynamic routing. It's a module that we did some years now. It's combined for everything related to customer deliveries to reservation. So typically you want to create some reservation rules in your stock, deciding where you can book the stock. So maybe I have some stock below, it's easily pickable. And this forklift driver or whatever person working in the warehouse can take the goods. And this is fine when I just sell one box, and this box is there. I could have this box 5 meter high, 10 meter, 15 meter high. It's not the guy working that will pick the box over there. You need a different type of operation, because this is a strategy where you need a different machine, a different operator. And then you need to introduce some reservation rule based on, should I reserve one box downstairs or should I reserve one box above? Maybe it's a lot more convenient to reserve the box downstairs. And when you will go above, you will prefer to take them when it's a full pallet. Because if you sell a pallet, you don't want to take a pallet from upstairs, bring it down through the replenishment, and then pick again from downstairs, from down back to the customer. You just lose one step in your operation, and it's not efficient. And maybe, if I take this example, you have the box on shelving. It could Maybe you even have the pieces, the single pieces, in a vertical lift machine where you have plenty of small stuff there, and you know that if I sell just this, I don't want to go open a box. This is the box I want to sell, and then I have a different rule for picking the goods. So with the mechanism of stock reservation, you can give different strategy on where you want to collect the goods. And when you have decided that, with the dynamic routing, we can replace the picking operation. So what we just quickly, very briefly saw before is that we place the pick, pack, ship, eventual pack operation. With the routing flow, we know that there is always a pick operation starting, and this pick operation is already pre-classified based on carrier, on the type of product. So everything is static, and now this is based on where is my stock. And you want to reclassify this based on the stock information. And for that, the dynamic routing, what it is doing, it's launching the reservation, the standard reservation of Odoo. It's looking where is the stock based on the location where he found the product. He will convert the operation to a new one. So if I take an example, so we were talking about DPD prepackaged. I think that's the example we took just before. So here I listed different places in my warehouse. So here my internal location with the pallet, an internal location for the shelving, and here it's a location more difficult to access, which is the overstock. And everything is inside my stock. So when you place a picking, it can book everywhere in my stock because this is all the stock I am able to ship. And the only thing I don't want to place there is the stuff in quarantine, the stuff that are scrapped. But otherwise, everything is inside the stock. And the decision on where to book the stock will be based on my reservation rule. And the dynamic routing here allows you to introduce, and you have a little story coming with the module to nicely explain you what's going there. So if you find some stock at this location for this operation type, then I ask the system to modify my operation type here and classify DPD prepackaged to a pick prepackaged pallet internal. And you give all your rules like that based on where is your stock, and you get the right operation. And then this type of operation is for one type of operator, the one collecting the pallet is for another type of operator. This module also allows you to add extra step. So what we saw is that in the routing flow, it's taking from your stock to the customer. Here we are on the picking, and on the picking, maybe I cannot directly go to my next location. Sometimes I need more steps, multiple steps, to reach the right location. And this also is possible with the dynamic routing. For example, let's say I need to collect some pallets in the hall 3. It's far away. And you have a machine taking the pallet from the rack, bringing the pallet to a buffer location, and then someone else will go to the buffer location, pick the pallet, and bring that to the right place. So all the insertion of extra step is based on the location destination you configure in the replacement of the operation type. So if the destination match the one from your initial situation, it's one step. If it's not matching, then it means that there is one step additional to reach that destination. And then in the picture, I also showed it's valid for the input. This is not only for shipping the goods, the dynamic routing. You can also base that for your put away. So we have the stock storage type module that allows you to configure very advanced way to put away your goods. And now you have this feature available in standard in the 16, but not as advanced as the one in the OCA. So this will still continue to exist. And with the storage type, you can give some classification on your product, on the product itself, or on even of each of their packaging, and say that when I receive the box from my supplier, this has to go to the shelving. If I receive a pallet, this has to go to the pallet rack. And again, it's the same. How do I get there? I am in the input. The truck just unloaded my goods at the input, and I need different strategy to reach the right location in my stock. And this is how we also classify all the operation with the dynamic routing based on where you want to go. That was very quick, a lot of information, and I'm stopping here. There is plenty of things interesting and behind the scene, of course, for being able to compute this, but that was what I wanted to share with you with what we have done lastly in the OCA on mainly the WMS repository. I just want to add one thing, is that I was talking about strategy to execute the operation. Behind those strategy, we have the shop floor mobile application that Simone will, after me, talk about. I don't know if it's just after or a few talk later. And in this, we introduce specific scenario of execution. So that's why also it's important to define specific operation type, because bound to an operation type, we have a scenario, and the person executing that has one way, a single way of doing his job. He cannot escape from doing that. He cannot invent a different process. And that's why with all this stack you find in the WMS now, we are able, since some years, to tackle very large projects doing a major warehousing operation. Thanks for your attention. Do you have questions? I want to thank Joël that participated since the beginning to all this job with me on doing the specification to all the architecture, and Cam2Cam that did a major effort in developing all this stack, of course. It would not be there without them. Yes?
Yeah. How do you make the life of the actual users easy? Do we have a mobile interface also for this? Because that's where they will be mostly utilizing. Because there are operations are maybe once or twice used by the managers, but majorly used by the workers. Do we have such smart interface or something in plan?
So for managing all the operation and who is releasing what, you mean? Today there is nothing in the OCA for that, because it's...
Official Odoo doesn't have that nice interface also.
Mm-hmm.
So they only want to see specific screens, maybe scanning option and the directions like out, put away, X, Y, Z.
So what we have done is all the pieces to be able to classify the things. The dashboard stuff today, it was quite customer specific. So we have not made something that is generic or not available, but could be that it will be the next piece coming. Yeah, that's definitely what we did, and we see also from experience now, this is really based on operational, so how do you execute the work in the warehouse? And what you're talking more about is how do you organize the work from a strategical point of view, and allocate the right stuff at the right moment. And this is still case by case from one customer to another based on the constraint and what is the strategy, what are warehousing is very similar, but the strategy on what is your key point in your company could differ a lot in the how you abort the how you see the approach. Other question? Yeah.
Okay, from Luigi, is the module compatible with the macro module?
So what it is doing, it's placing picking. Then how you execute the picking, it's left to you. You can use the standard barcode of Odoo, or you can use the OCA barcode. That's just the step after. So here we create all the steps, all the operation, and then how you do them by paper, by barcode, by Odoo barcode, or whatever barcode, it's up to you. But it's there, so it's classified, which makes it a lot easier. Yeah.
Since the version 14, there's a forecasting report that Odoo added, and the feature for the forecast from the sales and purchase app. The release operation, does it manage well with the forecasting? Or
Yes, I think so.
Yes?
Yeah.
You thought about it, so okay. Good.
The only thing we have not managed so far is integrating with manufacturing, because that's a lot more complicated. But we are thinking about this topic for improving this. Yeah?
By integrating with manufacturing, do you mean anything that has like the materials
Yes.
breakdown?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Last question. Yeah, I'm doing a virtual reservation. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But then you we were thinking we kind of need the concept of reservation at global level, and that we could not unlock, right?
Mm-hmm.
How to ensure that the customer will get the product because he ordered that product at some point. And I think that we make use of the dates as a priority to decide who gets the product first.
So today, who gets the product first is based on when the order was placed. Basically, that's could be the confirmation of the order. I mean, it's just a priority date, so you could enhance that and define some different rule on what is defining the priority. But what is also important is you talk about scarcity. For example, I have a customer. He's telling me I'm on holiday for 1 week. I don't need to reserve my stock for him for 1 week. I know the product will come or it can stay on overstock. I don't need to have that on the picking location for 1 week, knowing that anyway, I should definitely not hand over it to a transporter. He will bring that to his door and the guy is not open. Or same, sometimes you have a big customer and they tell you, I want the truck only to arrive on Friday, but he's placing the order on the Monday. The order comes in on the Monday. You don't want to book your stock on Monday for a customer that you know you will deliver on Friday. So that's all important point to take into account from the real life we are facing.
Within the system, can you generate a purchase order from delivery orders?
Yes. Yes, but it's all a matter of what is the location you monitor. So it's you need to put your warehouse as a monitored location, not your stock. And then based on that, the system knows that there is an output move and creates a need. I see I've taken 5 minutes from the next ones. Sorry, so I will leave the place. Thank you.
Or maybe I don't.
It's you. No.
Yeah.
I need to support you.
Yes, please.
Which one is now?
Yeah. But the other one is just right after. Bello. No, should join displays. Okay. And this one. Somewhere over the rainbow. And now, what is it? I cannot see the presentation now. F-Sync? What is that? View. What was the tool? Slideshow.
You have to click there.
Yeah.
Slideshow.
No, but that's the other one.
Yeah, but it's there behind you.
Exactly, that's my point.
Let's go.
Oh, they are. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Mr. President, please take your seat. Okay, so ciao everybody. Today I'm going to show you the EDI framework. Actually, I presented it last year, so this year I want to make a recap and show you what happened in the last year. Before I start, a few words about me, in case you don't know me. I'm Simone Orsi, I'm 40, I'm from Rome, Italy. I'm a full stack dev since a bunch of years, Odoo dev since a bunch of years, OCA Mode member, and I love open source. And I'm working at Camp to Camp, and you can find me almost everywhere with that funny nickname. Quickly, the agenda for today. So, as I said, I'm going to explain what this framework is and what it's not. As well as I'm going to explain you about the motivation, why I come up with this solution and why I built this framework. The core concepts of it, how it works, more or less. Then a few words regarding the pluggability of the system, which is actually the core of it. And then we go through what's new and what could be the roadmap for the future. So what is it? It's actually a big modular system. The aim is to be able to focus only on configuration and the data. So the framework is basically giving you all the automation that you look for when you have to deal with external systems. Because the reason why I came to this conclusion is that for the, nth time, had to deal with external service, update the state of the internal records, handle the errors, plug another way to handle something in the case, blah, 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 blah. So, and then on top of this, you put all the EDI formats that you can have. So try to find a way to unify these behaviors. So the main motivation is to avoid replicating all the automatism, like read something from outside or send something to outside. So inbound and outbound. And as I mentioned, focus only on the data. So with this framework, you spend much more time, or you can spend more time focusing on what you produce rather than how do I deal with the systems. Another good point is that you have a unified UI. So most of the time, since you develop a specific tool for that customer, for that particular exchange, you end up with all kinds of interface. So maybe for sales, it works in a way, for purchases, it works in a way, for the warehouse, it works in a way, and so forth. So you have to, not only to maintain this, you also have to explain to your customer how it works every time you implement a new version of this thing. So this leads to reducing specific devs for your customer, okay? Because you just focus on what they really need, the data. And last but not least, many of you could object, yeah, but Odoo has already some sort of EDI-like feature since version 14, more or less. First of all, it's not a framework. Once again, they're just overloading the models for doing things. So, for instance, for accounts, everything is in the account move, and just, yeah, override the model and the methods to take care, to customize it. And, of course, why not? It can be refactored, like, while I'm talking, so it's not really reliable in the long term. So, the core concepts, you have a backend type. A backend type is essentially describing the major category, let's say, of the exchange. So it can be UBL, GS1, or any of those formats. Then you have the backend, which is the main entry point for configuring the exchanges. So on a backend, you can configure maybe the web service that you want to use to send out things, or the external storage that you want to use, like SFTP, FTP, whatever, to send read files from, backend from. And then probably the most important piece is the exchange type, because is what describes how the exchange are made. So on the exchange type, you can say, I want to produce an XML. It has to be UBL. It has to be sent using a web service rather than an SFTP, etc. And it has a YAML advanced settings configuration, whereas you can add your own configuration without having to code too much. Then there is the exchange record, which is basically the record that triggers the exchange itself. So for instance, if you have a sale order, you don't run the machinery on top of the sale order. You have an exchange record, and that represents the real exchange. Core concepts, again, so you have 4 main actions. You want to generate an output, and then you want to send the output. On the contrary, when we're talking about inbound traffic, you want to receive and process. So this system already gives you all the automation related to these 4 main actions, so that what you have to do is just provide components that handle the generate, the send, the receive, and the process. In the case of the send and receive, since they are kind of common, we have already some reusable pieces there. We can maybe look at it later, but so if you have to use a storage like SFTP or FTP, whatever, or even AWS, we plug the storage in the storage repository in the OCA. There are plenty of modules that allow you to talk to external storages. So this is plugged already, and you can, from the backend, you can say, I want to use this storage or that storage or this web service. And this works automatically both for sending and receiving. And there are some secondary actions which are not mandatory, that are to check the state of a record in case you have an exchange that needs to be updated. Could be, for example, if you're dealing with SFTP, if depending on the contract that you have with your customer or with the partner of the customer, you might want to check if the file has been moved or if the file has been reported as invalid, so you have to check the state of this record. And validate is useful to validate the output or the input. So in case an XML you want to validate with XSD, which can be easily done through the configuration of the exchange type, or validate the schema of a CSV. So the workflow, super quickly, is for the output, you get a record which can be either manually or automatically generated, depending on your needs. So then the output is automatically generated because we know that that's an exchange record that goes out. And then again, automatically, this output is sent when it's ready, when the output is generated. In the same fashion, for the input, you can either generate an exchange record before, because maybe you know that you're going to receive something and you want to show the user that you're waiting for something, or it can be generated automatically. So for instance, with the storage, with external storage, we can configure a pattern of files that basically a component is going to look in the external storage and see if a new file with that pattern is there, and then it's going to generate the record automatically. And once you have the record, then again, the file is classified as received and validated, and then is processed if it can be processed. Pluggability, actually this is a very condensed summary of what you can plug, but at the core of this system, we have components. In case you're not familiar, there is the component is a well-known design pattern, and in the OCA we have the component modules that allows you to register, let's say, objects that are called components that are retrieved automatically based on some match patterns and arguments. In this case, you can register components for send, for receive, process, etc. The main actions or also the secondary actions that you've seen before. Which means that you focus only on registering components when you need to customize the behavior of the system, basically, if it's not about UI, of course. Then once you have your component ready to be used or reused, you can use it in your exchange type. And here you see an example on how you can leverage existing components for making your exchange type behave like you want. So you just declare the action, in this case generate and send, and you say, okay, I want to use the component that generates a purchase order, for instance. On top of this, you can inject, imagine that, well, if you develop, you're kind of familiar with a context key that you can set in Odoo everywhere to change the behavior of certain functionalities. So from there, you can also inject context keys. So you can even customize, you can make your logic more flexible in this way without having to add too many conditions here and there. And for the send, as I said, sending and receiving is sending and receiving are quite common, so you can use either the storage or the web service. And we have already web service integration, so you can reuse that right now without coding anything. If you have to send an HTTP request to an endpoint, you just declare that in the exchange type. On top of this, you can pass customization arguments like the method, other options, and then you can, if you want to compose a different URL for this exchange, you can propagate the URL and params to the URL that is used by the web service. And all of this in the exchange type, so no need to code for this. So what's new? Well, during the year we found a few bugs. There were many fixes. I cannot name them all, but trust me, there were many fixes. Several UI improvements, especially in the way the views are loaded. So for instance, we simplified the menu. You have, by default, you filter on the records that you created today, because it's pointless to look after too many records. You can archive the backends, thanks to ForgeFlow, if I'm not wrong. And then another important point is the improvement of the automatic buttons. On the exchange type, you can configure by model if you want to render a button on the records. And you can decide on which condition. So for instance, if an exchange type, I don't know, to send an invoice, has to be made available only when the invoice is sent or whenever you want, okay? Well, the state is done. You can configure the exchange type to display a button in the form, and automatically the system will display this button on the invoice type matching the case, and then you can have a manual action to generate that exchange. A new feature is the autoexec, still by type. So the way the system works by default is that you create exchange records, and then there are crons that, depending on the frequency that you can configure, they go there and look for records that have to be processed, either processed or sent out or generated. With this new flag, basically, you don't wait. So if you want a record to be immediately processed, for instance, or immediately sent out, you can use this flag, and it's going to be processed automatically, still with jobs, but immediately. Then in the EDI storage, which I mentioned before, is the one that plugs in the storage machinery, you can now configure a path via environment. It means that, so normally when you configure a storage, you say, okay, read from this path, and that's it. But we had the use case that for different exchange, even of the same type, we had to use different folders in the remote storage. So now you can do it from the environment. And last but not least, EDI web service, which is the integration of web service. I improved the integration, and this makes possible the thing that you've seen before, that you can say web service send, and then you can reuse it right away just with configuration. Then, we had, so EDI XML was there already on 13, I ported it to 14, and is basically a module that allows you to load, parse, and validate XML. And it's completely integrated in the system, so if you want to validate XML in your exchange type, you can say the action, validate, use EDI XML, and you pass the EXD that you want to use to validate the XML. And automatically it's going to be validated as soon as either you generate or you receive. Then one of the latest is EDI party data. Okay, so when you do an exchange, especially for UBL and GS1, you always need to identify the partners, being the sender, being the receiver, etc. And for doing so, there are other modules that you can use, like a partner identifier, something like that, from partner contact, which allows you to configure, like if this is a GLN, like a global location number, or any kind of possible category of identifiers. And with this module, you can configure which identifiers you want to use for an exchange, and then it's going to generate the metadata that you can reuse in your, maybe in an XML template to generate the data for the partner. So you don't have to care anymore about which identifier you want to use for that particular exchange. And of course, you can set it on the exchange type, because then you can have the full control. A big one is EDI sale. So with this, I integrated everything with a sale order, and you can have inbound and outbound exchanges on the sales. Later, if I have time, I'll show you quickly how it's done. But essentially, with this base module, you can manage any kind of exchange related to sales. EDI sale UBL is, of course, the UBL integration for this module. And here, basically, you have an automatic way to process the UBL files and to generate the UBL files, reusing the same machinery that we have in OCA EDI repository. One thing that I didn't mention is that all the machinery that produce and read and has to deal with the real data is most of the time is already there in the EDI repository. So the framework just reuse the pieces that are already there. And on the same fashion, EDI purchase UBL OCA is there to deal with purchase, so it's able to process and to send out, process not yet, but send out and generate and send out UBL files. Out of the core, I did a lot of improvements in sale order import, which is probably, if you deal with sales in the EDI, that's one of the most used modules. Thanks, Alexi. But it contains some bugs, so it has been refactored and improved and fixed. So if you have any feedback on that, I'm eager to hear that. And then to unify the way we handle PDFs, I moved out of the base EDI modules, the PDF management. So if you want to store XML inside a PDF, or you want to generate or read a PDF, you can use that module. I'm in line with the time, right? 5 minutes, yeah. All right, it's finished. I mean, the roadmap is there. So, the roadmap, finally. I would like to finish the purchase UBL integration. As I said, the process is not done yet. As well as the sale, we're going to implement a full UBL flow, so order response, and all the updates of the order. Then EDI exchange type auto is actually a new module that I made to automate the generation of the exchanges. So it allows you to configure on the models, on the exchange types, when and how and why you want to generate an exchange record automatically. So imagine you confirm an order and it generates a file. But only if it's, I don't know, assigned to the partner X. And I still have to finish this part and maybe make it easier to configure. I'd like to propose to move the core of the framework to EDI framework. I still have to send the email, but please approve it. Because I'd like to differentiate between what is in the core of the framework and what not. Then, of course, write some docs to make my talks useless, finally. Originally, I started the project working with GS1, and it's kind of been left there on version 13. Francois from Axon did something, but still not merged, so it would be nice if we can merge that. And then, non-related to the framework, we have plenty of EDI modules that do things, and during the years, Odoo added some more machinery to handle with processing or generating files or exchanges, so we should probably try to clean it up and reduce the code base that we have to maintain. The reference, is OCA/EDI. Thanks for listening. And now for the questions. Minus your 5 minutes that you stole me. Yes.
I don't know if there is a dashboard to see process job. And,
well, you see the exchange records. The jobs are on the.
I don't know exactly.
Yeah.
I've never used it, but I used to manage import in legacy systems where mainly to import files from FTP, for instance. And we had a case where we need to, the FTP was not there, or the file was not there the day before.
Mm-hmm.
So we imported it one day later.
Mm-hmm.
And we had to manage that as
Well, if it fails, it's going to show you the error on the Exchange record. And then you know there is something failing, and you're going to check the job, and there you see the reason why, well, the traceback, if you had a traceback, of course. So normally when you have an error, being a validation error or a read or send error, you go on the record and you see the reason, and it's classified as failed. So you notice that normally. Anyone else? I was crystal clear. Great. Okay. Thanks for helping me.
The configuration rule, do you give the configuration to the customers if there are some Odoo administrators?
Yes. Well, if they are advanced, yes. Well, I mean, in any case, these are really kind of low technical configuration, so low level configuration. So you need someone that understands what he's doing, of course. But yeah, it's everything feasible from the UI. Yeah. No. Is that good? Driver, are we good?
Yeah, good.
Okay, then I switch to the other one.
Do you want me to add something?
I don't know, but maybe just thanks to Camp Initals for sponsoring, and that's it. Thanks. Now I switch the window.
Just one thing you did not say.
What?
Yeah, just one thing that I really like about this, what Simone has done, is that this exchange record, it's just seems stupid, but seeing this message in Odoo, it's such a great value. Like you gave your example with the FTP, you don't need to go on the FTP, look what was my message. Or you receive a message from a web service, it's inside Odoo. You can edit the message if something was wrong, because this is what happens sometimes. You get a message and you cannot process the message. Then you need to analyze the message and you need to find a place, and you don't want a techie from the customer finding back where is the message. You just look at the exchange records, you can edit, you can fix it, and then you can reprocess it. And that's a very great value of all this stack, as having this small layer behind, of course, all the complexity of processing the message.
Thanks. Yes. And yeah, no. That can I take now? 2 minutes. Well, I was not willing to present the VCT one, so yeah.
I have it from a very long time.
Now,
You can show it there.
no, I show this application. That's not important.
No. Let's go.
Ready? Mic check again. It's me again. So I'm gonna skip the first slide, okay, just for you. So today I want to talk about shop floor. Guess what? What's new? What's next? Let's skip that, okay? So the agenda, super simple again. What is it? In brief, a quick look at the technology behind, at the core, and once again about the pluggability. I love pluggability. Then we will see what's new in there and the roadmap. So, what is it? It's a web application originally born from the shop floor WMS that probably most of you know. It's a PWA application, so you can install it in your mobile phone. It's based on REST API, and the front end is based on Vue.js. At the moment, everything is in the WMS repository because, again, it started with a shop floor WMS version, but I'd like to move it soon to a better place because, as we will see, the core is not tied anymore to the warehouse management. So the technology backend side is, as I mentioned, REST API with specific services. It's based on base REST, probably not for that long, like Laurent. We're gonna probably trash base REST, don't say it to anybody, but it's based on base REST for now. So we have specific services that deal with loading the user configuration, login if you're using user authentication, loading the scenarios for the warehouse management, etc. So each of these backends, well, each of these services is responsible for validating requests, for validating the response as well. And you can also have automatic endpoints. This is one of the new pieces. And automatic open API docs. It means that based on the configuration of your application, the services are documented using a Swagger interface automatically. At the front end, we have Vue.js, as I mentioned. So it's basically a single page application. You just load it once and that's it. Of course, it leverages a lot of the reactivity so that when you store something on the front end side, the UI is refreshed automatically. It's kind of fast compared to other applications. And it has, since it's based on Vue.js, you have a large ecosystem of plugins that you could use. One could be, for instance, having a new theming system, you can plug your theming system. By default, it's using Vuetify.js. So, the core. As I mentioned at the beginning, it was just shop floor because it was a WMS application. Later on, it has been split in shop floor base for the backend and shop floor mobile base for the front. So in shop floor base, you find the models to configure an application. There is a model which is shop floor app, and you can basically create as many applications as you like. They are automatically registered. The routes are automatically registered, which means that potentially you could have an app for WMS and at the same time an app for the shop and an app for field service, if you like it. And the mobile part, so the mobile is actually the front-end part, is decoupled. By default, they work together, of course. And in there, you find the basic setup for the application and all the utils and registry that allows you to plug your own customizations and your services and your screens. As I mentioned, base REST is at the core of the REST services, and there is a new module there, which is Endpoint Route Handler, which is the one that allows you to register automatically any kind of route in Odoo live. So today, well, if you don't use this, you always have to declare a controller and restart Odoo. With this module, you can register new routes on the fly, and this is very handy because this is why we can have multiple applications that you can create from the front, from the UI of Odoo. Because each application will have its own set of services, and they're going to be tied only to that application because the application ID is strongly tied to all the routes that you're going to register. So it's very pluggable. both on the backend and the front. So in the backend, you have generic components to retrieve user information for searching records. For instance, for the WMS, we have a lot of scanning, and there is a base machinery that allows you to define your own finders for records, like for any kind of Odoo records. And in the front, you have registries everywhere, basically. It's in this fashion is similar to Odoo, where you have the registry for the fields, a registry for the widgets, etc. So you have a registry for processes that are basically scenarios or, let's say, workflows that you want to implement in your application. Registry for pages, so that if you want to create a new page that appears in a main menu, you can do it from there. Or you can let the backend create menu items from you if you want. There is also a standalone translation system, so we don't use at all the translations from Odoo. So if you ask yourself why something is not translated, it's not translated. You have to provide a translation through a JSON file. You have automatic routing, so that when you register a process, imagine you register a new scenario for the shipping in the WMS application, the routing is automatically registered, so you don't have to do anything else. And we now have also an authentication registry, so you can now plug your own authentication. So at the moment, there are two modules to support user authentication and API key authentication. So for each app, you can decide if it's going to be used API key or standard user authentication. For the ones familiar with WMS, it looks like this. In the first screen, you see that it also displays the environment you're in, so that you don't mess up with production without knowing it. In this case, you have a login through API key. One feature that we'd like to introduce is that, an API key can be a very long string with random chars, so you probably don't remember it. In our case, since they work mostly in the warehouse and they have a special device, they don't use their own phone, they use a special device, so normally the device is already configured and they don't have to change this that much. A good improvement would be to plug it to the scan feature, so that you can scan a barcode for your API key, depending on maybe on the position where you are in the warehouse, and then you log in automatically. Then you see the settings page, which as well is pluggable. So for instance, you have language and profile. Those are basically coming by default. You can, of course, decide to have more languages if you like, and the languages are configured from the backend. So you create an app, you select the languages that you want to use, you select also the default language that you want to use, and automatically the app is going to set the default language and provide you a way to switch on the available languages. Then the profile, which is somehow strictly related to the warehouse, so probably I will split this out. But in short, it allows you to describe the behavior of the screens and of the backend services by selecting a specific profile. So for instance, if you are in a certain zone of the warehouse and you are the picker, you select the picker profile, and in this way you're going to see only menu items that have to deal with picking, and only scenarios like cluster picking or discrete picking that are going to drive you through the warehouse, but only for picking. Or if you are at the delivery, you select the profile delivery, and then you see all the scenarios for handling deliveries. And this is also tied to the configuration that you can do in the backend. So when you configure menu items in the backend, you can say this profile can see this profile can use that, as well as the operation types. You can limit operation types by profile. The last one is workstation, still related to the warehouse. So imagine that you're in a certain area of the warehouse and you have a special workstation where you have a different printer. So you can scan this workstation, you switch, and then you print from this station. And that button there is plugged from another module. So you can register your own settings page, and they will be automatically shown here. On the third screen, you see how you can select a profile, and the profiles are configured in the backend as well. So once you log in, you are forced to select a profile, so you're redirected to this screen, and then you can select it. And once you do that, the menu items that you can use are loaded. In this case, this is not the menu, it's the home screen also has some sort of menus. Otherwise, you tap on the hamburger icon. And then you see this, which is the main menu. And as you see, those numbers are, in the case of course, of the WMS, are the number of operations that you have to process. For that particular, for all the operation types that you see there. But also, it looks like this. So this is a completely different application. It's a shop. It reuses Shop Invader under the curtains. So what I've done is that I plugged the core of shop floor with Shop Invader. Shop Invader gives me already all the REST services for dealing with the shop. Shop floor app gives me all I need to build an application, and then you just need a theme and a few more widgets. Like in this case, this is the add to cart widget. Of course, it's custom. The customer wanted it in this way, so we create it like that. So what we've done is that we just configured a new shop floor application, applied a new theme, and then added all the missing bits that we had. Like there is an automatic synchronization of the catalog because this customer works mostly offline. So there is a synchronization mechanism that detects if the catalog has changed or if a new version has been deployed for the app, for shop floor. Then when this happens, the customer is notified and the app automatically refreshes and loads the latest version of the app. So on top of this, we have one problem of the most important modules that are related to the REST framework is RESTlog and its companion Shopflow RESTlog. This is very handy because it allows you to track any request that happens to Odoo. Okay, so if you don't know why something went wrong with the customer yelling at you, yeah, but I scanned this thing in the warehouse and it doesn't work, you go in Odoo backend and you have the list of all the calls classified by state, so it's failed or not, and also classified by severity. So for instance, if you get a user error exception, that's not really critical, right? It means that the user did something wrong. And from there, you can see also the message, which in any case is going to be displayed to the user on the app. But from there, you're also able to filter and group and find only the critical errors, and then you can prevent the customer to complain, because if you check these logs frequently, you're going to spot the issues before they do. And so there you get also the full traceback. You get the full request data, including the headers, but excluding sensitive data, like could be an API key or a password. And then, as I said, you have the automatic classification of the failures. And last but not least, it's configurable by service and endpoint, which means that, for instance, let's take the application for the shop. I want to track only when I submit the cart, for instance. But I don't want to track when I load the catalog, because as I'm loading the full catalog, it contains a huge payload. So unless I customize the way it stores the response, it's going to be too heavy. In any case, I'm not interested in storing the load of the catalog. But I'm interested to check logins. I'm interested to check submit of the cart when it happens. And so there is a way to configure through a system config parameter the collection, in this case, Shopfloor app, The usage of the service, if you're familiar with the component, is basically what identifies the component. And also the endpoint. So if you're doing, I don't know, in my case is cart submit, or instead of, in this case, recently you have the cart and you have cart submit or cart get. And I want to log only cart submit. I can configure cart submit and cart get won't get tracked. So for the WMS, a quick summary of what we had already last year. So we had a single pack transfer, zone picking, cluster picking, checkout, delivery, and location content transfer. They're quite complete. They are basically able to cover almost all the needs in a warehouse, but a few that we'll see later. And they are configurable as well. So for each scenario, you normally configure a bunch of menu items. And on these menu items, you can also control what they can do. So for instance, if you want to allow a specific scenario for that particular menu item, which may be assigned to a particular profile, you want to allow them to create moves, you can configure that. And you can have also other kind of configurations. So what's new? Of course, a lot of fixes and improvements in the core. The ones flagged in with a green check mark are the ones that I placed in the roadmap last year. So I did it. So the authentication is decoupled. The app is now configurable from the backend. The work in progress are on the automatic sync that I mentioned before. So for now, it's not there in the core yet, but I'd like to make it somehow generic and allow everyone to have its own synchronization, especially for the version. It's very handy to automatically refresh the application on the user devices when you have a new version deployed. And then the plugin module for shopping better, which is still a work in progress. On the WMS side, a lot of fixes. We improved the quantity picker widget. In case you don't know, it's a kind of an advanced quantity selection. So you have, especially if you use packagings, you have the quantity is automatically divided in packaging, so you can play with the packaging quantity, and you're gonna get the automatic, the computation of the real quantity that you're gonna pick, or you can also do the other way around. There is an improvement also on the scan widget. Thanks, Jacques-Etienne. Dangerous goods integration, in case you have to deal with dangerous goods. There is a new scenario, delivery shipment, which is based on shipment advice and allows you to organize your shipments. So you can, before you have the real delivery, you can organize the way the delivery is done when the truck gets there. Then, work in progress, the reception screen, so that we can stop using the Odoo one. And inventory, which is Benoit, there, from creation, he's working on the inventory. So, roadmap. Maybe some of you read my request on the contributors mailing list, so I'd like to split again part of the core and move it to something that is not related to shop floor, and put it somewhere at a PWA something. I'm open for suggestions. There is a problem, at least until version 15, whereas, remember the magic I said, you can create the application, register the routes, blah, blah, blah. It works, kind of. There is a problem with cross-worker, and sometimes they're not, the change is not propagated. This is actually a problem with Odoo core, whereas the routing map, which is responsible for collecting all the routes of any controller that you might register, is tied to the environment. So you can imagine that you have multiple workers and tons of instances, that doesn't scale up that much. So I already have a work in progress fix, so I'm gonna work on that. Then we started adding UI test coverage with Cypress. At the moment, it's not running in the OCA CI, so you have to run it manually if you like. This is because it's just an exception. It's the only repository where we have this, so we should probably discuss on how to make this available across any repository that have to test JS. I just learned from Laurent that in the future, we're going to have a marvelous refactoring on the backend side for the REST API based on Fast API. So yeah, in the future for version 16, we're going to probably rework on that. And then define a roadmap, because I define the roadmap only when I do a talk. So it's not really a roadmap, and that's my bad, actually. Because this way, it's harder to involve others in a unified way and a shared way. So references, there you can find all the modules I talked about. Thanks for listening. Questions? Daniel.
I imagine, I suppose you don't have an offline mode. How hard would it be to have that?
We have, but it's a particular case. So for the shop that you've seen, we don't care about communicating with Odoo all the time. So for instance, in this case, the customer doesn't care if the price that is in the order is the same that they're going to get in the invoice, for instance. So when you place something in the cart, you're not sending anything. So you send the full cart only once it's done. And we are in the making of a way also to handle possible issues with this, because imagine a packaging changed on a product, and you have this product already in the cart, right? So you have to validate this before it's sent. So for this customer, we are basically offline. What I like to do is that Axon and Accretion, they're working on a new interface for Shop Invader, and in there they are using a different approach, which is they send all the times when possible, and they are collecting the transaction, so they send all the transaction at once as soon as they can communicate with Odoo. It's a different kind of approach, so probably I'm going to do a mix of them, but it's definitely feasible. It really depends on the use case, and it's somehow a contract between the use case and what you can do on in the code, but it's definitely feasible. Tu hai alzato la mano prima.
Yeah.
Please.
I don't know if the link you put is regarding the slides. So we have a documentation of all the specifications.
Yes.
In the form of a slide.
Yep.
I've updated them recently. So
yeah.
Description of all the scenarios, all the options you can configure. And
yeah, it's this one. This one. Yeah. So all the scenarios that we developed for the WMS are described in this documentation. There is a Google Doc there with all the screens and all the behaviors described.
And in the roadmap, we plan to add also integration with RMA,
Mm-hmm.
which is something existing on OCA.
Any more questions? No? Cool. Thank you. I'm done. Good. So how does it work? So the one that you code stay here to dry or what? To have?
Just make a perfect introduction.
Hai visto? Cioè, ma ragazzi, call me. I am the introducer.
kind of presentation, especially in English. You move your mouth, I speak. Okay. I just put my hand. I can put my hand somewhere else.
No, that's not necessary.
You're gonna know like, oh, che belli.
Perfect. Au moins, t'as passé tes vacances.
Encore ça. Yeah. So yeah. You can. Yeah.
Ouais. Bon, on l'a déjà fait théoriquement.
Oui, je sais ce que c'est. C'était tout aussi emmerdé. Okay. Hi everyone, I'm Laurent Mignon from Axon and with Thibaut from Accretion. So we are here to present you the last website we have developed for our Alcyon, our customer, on top of Shop Invader, with a lot of new features and a different approach that the previous implementation already made for other customers. First of all, our customer is Alcyon. Alcyon is the leading B2B wholesaler for veterinarian products in Belgium and Luxembourg. Their customers are veterinarians, veterinary students, veterinary groups, and B2C companies specialized in products for animals. It's located not far from here, at about 20 kilometers. To give you a picture of the company size, Alcyon has an annual turnover of approximately 55 million euros for a catalog of 20,000 products. Since Alcyon is a B2B wholesaler, all the customer orders are passed via the website. And early 2021, it was decided to migrate the website from Magento 1 and to replace it by a new one with the objective of offering a more modern, scalable solution that will be easier integrated with the existing ERP Odoo that we also develop and maintain. So this challenge comes with a lot of constraints. The first one is the number of sale orders that we have to process daily. Today, we daily process about 1,000 sale orders. It's not very large amount, and it's not really a problem for Odoo, but we also have to say that this website runs on top of Odoo 10. It's not the best version of Odoo in terms of performance. A second constraint is the number or different price for the products. Today we have about 130 different prices for the same product, and this price depends on different factors. For example, the price will depend on the annual amount of sales of the logged in user, will depend also of the supplier promotion of the day.
since the promotions are only available for a certain period with a date start and date end. We also have a special discount made by Altion for the logged-in users. So we have a lot of factors that that we have to take into account when we compute the price. We also have a very, very important topic on the security, because this website is made for professionals. The information, the product seen by the customer and the attributes also seen by the customer depends of its profile. That means, for example, that a veterinarian can see drugs product, but not a student. A guest user can only see materials, but not the price. So that means that we have to put in place a security layer to be sure that according to the profile, the logged-in user will only see the appropriate information. One of the most challenging part of this refactoring of this new website is the website availability. So we have to, the requirement is to have a 24 hours a day, 7 days a week available website without interruption, even if we deploy a new version of Odoo, even if we deploy a new version of the website. Why? Just because this website is the main tool for a lot of veterinarians. For example, all the day he uses the website to look for a product based on a substance, a specific substance, or he add product into the cart according to the consumption he made when he has some consultation, and so on. In addition to all these requirements, we have a more technical one. So the replacement of the website has to be made prior to the migration from Odoo 10. And that means that the migration should not introduce interest cost for the website. Challenging. And another one is also the complexity of the search query that should be possible with the website. So, depending of the fields depending on the search term, the rule to compute the match will depend on the field where the rule is applied. For example, for a substance, we will have an exact match, or we don't allow auto spell correction. But it's not the case for the description. And the weight into the result will also depend on the field that match the term. That means that we have very, very, very complex rule for computing the match and for configuring the match according to the field. That means that with all these constraints, it becomes clear when we finish the technical analysis that Odoo was not the best solution to implement this kind of website, even if Odoo is able to provide a lot of functionalities. So we decided to build a new website based on Shop Invader, but with a more modern front end than the previous one we have already developed. Into this architecture, we have 5 main components. 5. Thank you. Odoo is the main component. Is the master in this architecture. All the business logic is implemented in Odoo. All the management is done into Odoo. That means that Odoo provides all this through a REST API. It provides the specialized REST service that are called by the website to implement the logic. But not enough. We also use Odoo to manage the catalog, and we also use Odoo to manage the security from the account creation on the website to the definition of the rules into the search engine. All the security rules, etc., are created and driven by Odoo. Since also our website has to be available 24 a day and 7 a day a week, we decided to use an external system to manage the security, Keycloak. Keycloak is an application specialized to manage user accounts. It's based on the last standard for security that allow you to define security rules, attributes, and so on, and to make this security available across a different system thanks to some standard like JWT token and so on. Last but not least, Keycloak comes with a REST API also. That means that thanks to this REST API, we are able to manage the creation of the account from within Odoo and to keep the information up to date with the account. That means some attributes that we export on the into the Keycloak system, like the roles, the language, etc. We have this API that allows you to put this information into Keycloak, and at the same time, when we log into Keycloak, a JWT token is issued by Keycloak, and this token, in addition to provide the security information, also provide some attribute information. It's a security and an attribute provider. And these attributes into the token are therefore shared between all the components of this architecture and ensure an end-to-end security across all the components. Another component is OpenSearch. It was planned firstly to use Elasticsearch and more specifically Elasticsearch Enterprise. Why the Enterprise version? Because we need the security layer only available in Elasticsearch. This security layer allows you to define a security rule at document level. So you provide a kind of domain to say, for this rule, you can only see this document if this matching rule is right. It's first thing, and we can also define security at field levels. So you can list you can provide a list of fields that you see, or you are not allowed to see. You have two choices, not the both. You can say in one case I can see I'm allowed to see this field, and in the other case I'm not allowed to see this field. But that's the only constraint. But the problem with Elasticsearch is that Elasticsearch was not able to manage the security based on the JWT token. The security information has to be provided by Elasticsearch itself, and for this limitation, we decided to go with OpenSearch that also provide the same security layer with some different way of defining the rules, but we define the same kind of rule into the OpenSearch that in Elasticsearch. For the images and the video, we use a S3 compatible server named Minio. The main advantage of this server is that it's designed to be deployed in a redundant way, so it's very important. And the last component is the website itself. And for the website, we decided to use a modern approach based on Vue.js and mainly on the Nuxt.js framework. But I'll let Thibaut present you this part.
Thank you, Laurent. So, as we can see, we have several components on this stack. And these components are available on the front-end side. So our front-end application, here the Nuxt.js application, but you can use every front-end technology that can connect through an API to these services. Here we choose to use Nuxt.js because it's a modern approach with Vue.js technology. We can do it through Angular, React, or whatever we want. So here, our web application go to Keycloak to do the authentication. So we can redirect directly to Keycloak to manage all authentication process and get user and role needed for all requests in the rest of the navigation. Our front-end application use also the search engine. The search engine is here necessary to get all catalog information like products, categories, and for search product and categories on the catalog. So it used to render a product page to get to retrieve all data necessary to render a product page, and also as a search engine. We use also the CDN to get media, image and video, so like other websites. Odoo to get all e-commerce interaction, add a product to the cart, get some statistic on products we will see during the demonstration, process to the checkout and all e-commerce action needed for our web shop. And here we choose to separate the render of the website and the CMS. The CMS here is an headless CMS, so we can use different headless CMS, like Strapi, for example, or Contentful, or other headless CMS. And the render is made directly by the Nuxt.js application through all connection to these different parts of this stack. Small point here, we choose to use Nuxt.js to use a server-side generation. So we want in this to have a good response time for this web shop. We decide to pre-render all page of the website, of public pages of the website. So we use a server-side generation, and these pages are pre-catch and ready for the navigation. So we can generate static HTML pages, and these static HTML pages use a JS layer to connect to the several, the different parts of the architecture. In the architecture, so we have Odoo through the API. We have also the other parts, CMS and the search engine, and the Keycloak. So Odoo push product categories and role to the search engine because it's the layer to get to retrieve this data. Finally, the web shop never call Odoo to get the product or the categories. It's directly to the Open Search or Elasticsearch. Odoo push user and roles to Keycloak. And the interaction between Keycloak and OpenSearch use a GWT token, and this GWT token provides the roles and all user information needed to get custom data. For example, our customer have an access to a specific part of the catalog, to specific products, and through this GWT token, we can identify the role of the customer and get the different product available for this end user. It's exactly the same thing with Odoo. When we make a request to Odoo to add a product to the cart, we use the same token, the GWT token, to provide which user use the website and define the sale order and all the checkout process according to the user information. For the CMS, it's another part. The CMS, we can define the content directly on our CMS, like Strapi, for example, and the web apps retrieve all data to build pages with the content. So let's go to the demo. What? So this is the web shop for Alcyon. So this web shop has a public part. On this public part, we have several products available, but some products are only for dedicated specific user. For example, if I search Graphql product, I cannot see result because this product, it's a drug only available for specific groups. So we can see that it's not available, and for other products, we have no information about prices or stocks or information. It's limited. The public information are really limited for the name and some attribute on the product. If I log into the web shop, this is the Cyclic interface customized for the web shop. So here we have a redirection to Cyclic. So at this moment, voilà. At this moment, we have a GWT token, and this token is used for all requests to OpenSearch, Odoo, and Cyclic. And at this moment, if I search some product like Graphql, we can see it's available for my customer, and I can have an access to this product, and I can search through active principle because some vets want to have complex search. For example, search only the active principle to get some products, or search only a specific attribute of the product, because there are plenty of products with the same active principle. So this is better. So this is a product page. Here, all information are only available for my groups, for my customer, my user. I can have specific prices dedicated to my groups. So these information are delivered according to my GWT token, as we already discussed. And I can add my product to the cart. The cart is retrieved after the customer login. And when we add a product to the cart, it's asynchronous because we made a stack of all calls when the customer add a product or change the quantity or remove the product. And this information is sent when Odoo is available. It allows that you can continue to feed the cart even if Odoo is down. In this case, we can see that this product is available on the product results. If we can have the product results, we can see the different interaction. It's a reason why we choose to use a Vue.js application, is to have many interactions for the customer, because a customer can feed the cart during all the day and validate at the end of the day. So the concept is to have a really an interface really easy to use and really easy to feed the cart and add the product to the cart during the day. So in this project, we don't have a payment system, but we can add a payment system when it's necessary. Here it's a B2B with a specific condition, so it's not required by Alcyon. So each time I made a modification on my cart, we stack all the requests, and we made a request to Odoo to get prices, total, and different e-commerce cart information. It's exactly the same thing when I process to the checkout. Odoo is also used here to have some information, like the information available in the dashboard, because for different reasons, Alcyon want to provide different information to the customers. So here, Odoo is used to provide different statistics, for example, or a list of favorite items. So it's not limited to the cart. We can interact with different objects in the API to provide a better user experience.
So to look just a little bit deeper into the security, the security, the main part of the security is the GWT token. A GWT token has a payload with a lot of information. Here we can see into this payload that we have the most important one here is the shop invader VT rule. That's the list of rules that are applied to the logged in user. In this case, we can see that we have the default rule, guest. The guest is the rule applied to all logged in user and not logged user. Anonymous user also have the default rule guest users. And we have a rule by a price list. How it works, from where come this information? This information comes mainly from the contact page. So you can see that we have the Alcyon partner category, the shareholder, and we see that the shareholder is also a role. That you can see also that we have a lot of different price lists on this contact, and you can see that for each price list we have a role into the list of the role. The role definition into OpenSearch. Here is the role for the guest users, and you can see that for the guest users we have a document level security rule that say we are allowed to see all the products where we have the allowed partner types attribute with guest into the list of values. And we also have a field level security declared here that say here it is all the fields that I'm allowed to see into the product information. For the shareholder role are cumulative. So I'm guest, but I'm also a shareholder in this case. And for the shareholder, I have a document level security rule, an additional rule that say I also allow to see all the products with the partner types shareholders. And I have also a new field information that I can see is the stock information. And for the price list, for the role for the price list, in this case, I have the price list gross price 1. I have a field level security that gives me access to all the price information related to this price list. And last but not least, since everything comes from Odoo, you can see here that on the product information, on the product model, I have the field allowed partner types that is defined on the product into Odoo. On the REST partner, you can see that I have the partner type with the shareholder role. And you can see that we also use the sell exception module to ensure that the role that apply into the website are falsely applied into Odoo. And here you can see that for the product into the category, it's not allowed to see no veterinary product for a specific role. And last but not least, the snippet of XML is just to show you how we export the allowed partner types field into the search engine catalog. So all the information comes from Odoo. That's it. It's time. Thank you. No question? No time for questions.
Yeah. You are welcome.
It's your turn.
Il ne veut pas. Non, pas de question, pas de question.
Ah.
Ouais, mais tant que tu veux. Ah, c'est fait.
J'avais oublié que c'était maintenant. J'étais occupé de parler avec Alexandre. Je regarderai l'enregistrement.
Ouais, il y avait du.
Ouais.
Bah,
Bon, maintenant, je suis pris pour 2 ans.
tu es
Moi, c'est bon pour 2 ans.
Allez, allez. Et quoi, t'as pas laissé parler Thibaut? Allez, Laurent, détends-toi. If you want to, I don't know, answer a question, it's a ask me anything question session. All right, so hello everyone. So this is Ask Me Anything session. So I could just listen to questions. Yeah, I'll do a brief summary of the OCA infrastructure and then open the floor to question. So the reason we are doing all this is to enable the community to work, as simple as that. OCA is big. That's the number of modules. Maybe I'll share my screen. Where is it? Oh, shit. So that's the most recent stats. This line is 2000, so that's quite a lot of modules. And on PyPI, we are the single account with the most projects, like 11,000 projects on PyPI, just on the OCA account. So we have been noticed by the PyPI team. And so that's, as you know, 200 repositories with hundreds of contributors and thousands of modules. So the reason we have this infrastructure is really to support the contribution process, to ensure that we have a baseline quality. The tools we provide don't create the quality, but at least they help. We have a baseline quality level with linters, code quality checks, license checks, and so on and so on.
and of course, everything to run the test suites. What we are trying to do is to make the contribution process as easy as possible. It's still not perfect, and we can always improve, but I think it has improved over time. Another goal is to help ensure consistency across repositories, because that's very particular in OCA compared to other open source projects that we have so many repositories. And so trying to ensure consistency is important, but also at the same time trying not to disturb the working of existing repositories when we introduce new rules and so on and so on. Also, things we are trying to do is promote visibility, like the README generator is important to give consistency to our add-ons. So there has been work on that also to make sure that the READMEs are consistent, because that gives visibility to the OCA module. When you look at an OCA README, you recognize it. Also, one goal is to make the installation of OCA add-ons as easy as possible to a variety of user populations. That can be people downloading from the Odoo App Store, although it's not the best maintained one. We have people installing with Git submodule, using them on Odoo SH, on premises, and so on. One issue we had in the past is finding dependencies across all those repositories. So today, for people who want to try some OCA modules, they can just type pip install the name of the module to try it. It will get all the dependencies. And for some modules, it's important because when you have to look at the dependencies in 5 or 10 different repositories for some, and that exists, it can be very difficult. And also, by doing that, we try to keep the complexity of the infrastructure under control, which is an important topic because the maintenance team is really small. That's basically me, with some help of Simone, Alexander, and some other from type to type. So one thing I've been doing in the past is splitting all that in small tools that are easier to maintain individually, and as a side effect can also be useful for your custom code and your own CI tools. So yeah, those are the reason we are doing all this. And what we have today looks a little bit like this. So at the center, we have GitHub, of course, where you push your code. And there are lots of things happening when you create a pull request. First thing is the CI checks. I'm not talking about Travis anymore because we really want to migrate out of Travis. All the new branches are on GitHub Action. And I recently sent an email to the contributors mailing list to explain how you can migrate existing repositories from Travis to GitHub Action. The reasons are twofold. Travis has become a little bit expensive. It's slow compared to GitHub Actions. And also the maintainer quality tools that originates from the very beginning of OCA have lived past their due date, let's say. And they were really difficult to maintain, and so we want to drop those. And so in GitHub Actions, we run the pre-commit tests, which basically run all the linters. And we introduce pre-commit because it allows you to really run all the linters locally with the certainty that what you are going to run locally is exactly the same to what is going to run in the CI. And then we run all the tests. When the tests are successful and we are on a main branch, we generate the POT files. So we extract the translation template from the modules that are loaded in the test database, and the CI is pushing them back to GitHub Actions. And from that, we have a Weblate instance that listening to push events and it's downloading the POT files, updating the translation, adding new terms to translate, and when translators do their work, they push back the translation to github.com. So that's all automatic. Another thing that happens when you do pull request is that there is the run boat that is starting, so you get everything you need to do functional testing, manual testing on the pull request. And this also happens on all the main branches, so all the main branches are available on run boat. We have the code coverage also running on CodeCov. Then we have the publication to PyPI. So when you merge, the bot is basically building a Python wheel and publishing it to PyPI and to our own wheelhouse.odoocommunity.org. We do that because we need a way to make sure that we test OCA modules only with OCA add-ons from PyPI, and that we don't start testing an OCA module that would depend on another add-on that is not in OCA. We have that sometimes, so there is a protection there. And then the bot, of course, you know it. When you merge a pull request, there are a few features so you can launch the merge and forget about it without even needing to wait for everything to be green. What else do we have? We have the CLA bot, so that's working with the Odoo database. So we have the Odoo database of the OCA, where we have all information about the contacts, contributors, and so on. And those who have signed a CLA have a special tags on their partner contacts, so the CLA bot can check on the pull request who has signed the CLA or not. The Odoo database is also maintaining the database of PSC members. So for each project, we know who is a PSC member. And so we have a tool that synchronizes the GitHub teams from the content of the Odoo database. So when you request to be part of a PSC member, someone is adding you to the PSC database in the Odoo instance, and that is pushed nightly to the teams in GitHub. And finally, we download all the code with a module that is also on GitHub, which is called Interface GitHub, and that basically maintains a database of all our add-ons with some statistics that allow to generate the little chart that I showed you before, and also publishing all the apps to the Odoo Community App Store, which is basically an Odoo web shop customized to let you download code from there, and more importantly, search for what is available in OCA. Yes.
Yeah, a small interruption for the logistics of the event. So we will take the group pictures like in 15 minutes, just after this talk.
Yes, so
for the light, yes.
Good
so
idea.
Please take your shirt, and we will gather in the court, in the patio, just there. So below, right? Okay. And hurry for the light. Thank you.
So yeah, that's the overview. And since it's a question and answer session, I'm open to questions. And maybe use the mic. And if there are no questions, yes.
How is manage module versions, and where is this part of the OCA GitHub bot, I think, but
the module version?
Version, yeah, well, yes. When if I create a pull request for an existing module, I think
PFC, PCASC, yes. When they merge my pull request, they upgrade also the module versions.
Yes, so that's part of the GitHub bot. That's one of the things that the merge command of the GitHub bot is doing. So when the tests are successful, is going to do several things actually. Is going to first regenerate the POT files to get the newest terms in the module. And it's also going to increase the version number according to what you have set in the merge command if you want to increase the patch level, minor or major number. And then is committing or doing the merge commit in the main branch.
It's only a human decision.
Yes, it's only a human decision. The rule is to follow kind of semantic versioning, so using the patch when you just fix a bug but don't need a database upgrade. At least use the minor version when, at minimum, when your change requires a database upgrade, like when you have new views or new fields, and then major when you do backward incompatible changes. In that respect, the policy is different from the Odoo, which has a strict stable policy to not change the data model. In OCA, there is no such policy, and it's very important to have some dynamism in the evolution of the modules. But so we ask contributors to follow semantic versioning for changes, yes.
Is there also a script to push modules to Odoo App Store?
No, because that's not the way it works with the Odoo App Store. With the Odoo App Store, you need to tell it which repositories and branches it needs to follow and download. And that's difficult for us because there is no API in the Odoo App Store. So when you add each year, we should go there and add the 200 new branches manually. There is no way to automate that, unfortunately. And also there are various issues, like sometimes we have modules that have changed repositories or changed owners. Like when a module was, I don't know, in the Shop Invader repository and then went to OCA. If it was published on the App Store under Shop Invader, then we need a manual intervention. I think we need to contact support actually to transfer it. Also, the App Store is doing license compatibility checks, which is very good. But in the past, we didn't do that in OCA. Now we do it in the CI with the latest templates. I think it's in version 15 or 14. We check the compatibility of the license, but sometimes, and there are many errors, like you have an AGPL module that depends on an LGPL module, and you can't do that, and so that's blocking on the App Store. And so we have many reasons for which your add-on is not going to appear on the App Store, and unfortunately it's a bit painful to manage at the moment. So yeah, if you are looking for, but I don't know if you have people amongst you who actually install OCA modules from the App Store or in real life, I mean. Okay. I'd be interested in why you do that and how you do it. Because yeah, we can say it's really well maintained at the moment. We lack a bit the tooling for that. So if you search for something, better go either on PyPI, because there is an Odoo classifier, so you can find all modules which use the Odoo framework. You can find them on PyPI or on the Odoo Community App Store. Yeah.
Also, I have a question about Weblate.
Yeah.
I'm not sure it's a good place to ask, but
Sure.
it's on every module you have the technical fields you need to retranslate. I'm not sure if we can have a way to have the same translation on every technical fields, like last modified by and so on.
That's a good question. Honestly, I've not given much attention to Weblate myself recently. There must be possibilities, like there is a mechanism, there is translation memory mechanism, which could help for that. Also, one thing we could investigate is if we could put all the branches of a same repository on the same project in Weblate, so they could more easily exchange translation inside the same project, things like that. I really welcome help on that, so if people want to experiment with those, that's very welcome. That's not very risky, honestly, because the truth of our translation is in GitHub in any case, so even if we break our Weblate setup, we can still rebuild it. We need to preserve the users, of course, but for the rest, the creation of project component, it's automated. There is a script that automatically creates new projects and new component, and so we would need to improve that mechanism. I'm sure there are possibilities. But I don't know, Martin, maybe you can say, you still use Transifex at Odoo, right? And for that, how do you do for the common terms, like the same terms that come on every module?
On Transifex, there is the translation memory.
Yeah.
So we enable it for all the Odoo different Odoo versions. And so if a term is a 100% match, it reuse the most popular translation.
Yeah.
Sometimes it could be an issue for fields like state or things like this, but most of the time it really helps the translation. When we release a new version, there is like 70% that is common. So.
Yeah. So yeah, translations memories is probably the way to go, but we really welcome some help. So if people want to, we need to do a Weblate upgrade, for instance, and then see if there are new features that we could benefit and see, yeah, if we can use translation memories, for instance, across projects, or can we, and if yes, perhaps the solution is easy. If not, maybe we need to merge the projects together. So there is some experimenting to do. This Weblate interface was done, I think, in Sevilla or something at an OCA sprint, by the way, back then. Sorry. Other questions? All right then, so thank you very much. And then we go downstairs for the picture. All right, thank you. Quoi? Il n'enregistrait pas? Bah, il faudra récupérer celui. Celui-là fonctionnait.
Je sais pas quelles sont les conséquences. Je ne vois pas.
De toute façon, on revient juste après la photo.
Let's wait a bit if people come from the photo. Hello, hello, yes. Okay. Okay, should I start? I start, no? Okay, thank you everyone for attending. Let me put again the timer. So, let me first talk about me, for those that don't know me. I'm Pedro Manuel Baeza, the co-founder and CTO of Tecnativa. I started to use OpenERP, the FAR OpenERP 5 version in 2011. And the former Spanish Odoo Association president and current board member, and also former OCA board member that most of the current ones know me, and also an active OCA contributor. You can see me around on GitHub. Now a bit about my company, Tecnativa. It was founded in 2016 as a gathering of Odoo experts who were already working with Odoo a long time ago. It's focused on providing integral service. All development are OCA driving, meaning that OCA is the first target for everything. And our main principle is if something cannot be achieved through Odoo, let's do it
that to be feasible to do it with Odoo instead of relying on other technologies. Now, what I pretend to achieve with this talk? Well, first expose an opinionated side over current Odoo ecosystem, and the main word here is opinionated, is on my opinion, and we will have later a discussion, a debate for seeing if you share my view or you can add another point of view, another points over this. So I pretend to be this bidirectional conversation. First of all, I have this presentation, but after this, let's talk about it. I also want to show the advantages and disadvantages of each approach. If of the possible business models I'm presenting, all have disadvantages, but also advantages. So I will try to be neutral, being opinionated, but the most neutral possible way. And also making some possible improvements on the model, but convenient people must hear these tips and take it into account or not. And also give our as Tecnativa success recipe that for now is working well for us. And finally, this debate. So let's start trying to profile the types of business inside Odoo. First one is the enterprise reseller. We will go with each of them later. This is only a summary. Then the enterprise consultant, that can be the enterprise way. We can talk about enterprise way. But after that, you have also an APPS reseller, implementator with their own module layer, Oca-friendly implementator, and finally, a special case that is migrations specialist. So let's start directly to the enterprise, to the hot stuff. And the first one is the enterprise way talking. This is non-Odoo SA, non-literal words. Your company focuses on providing services to your customers, while Odoo SA focuses on managing the issues related to inner parts, to the internals. So it seems to be the more natural way, no? Isn't it? And having this into mind, the first profile is to be merely a reseller. So you concentrate on promoting Odoo Enterprise and on managing to sell Odoo SA services based on enterprise licenses. Advantages of this profile. Well, starting from zero is not a problem. You go to the street and find possible customers. The training is provided by Odoo SA itself. Technical support is also done by Odoo SA, and you don't need to hire technicians. And you get a potential commercial visibility through the partner list. You enroll on the partnership program, and you can get this visibility directly for not having to go to the streets. And a philosophical one, that is, you are contributing money to the company that provides this excellent software that gathers all together here. Disadvantages. Well, the first one is, for starting with all of this, you have to start paying. It's not something easy, but not free. You need to pay to be partnership, the partnership fee, also the enterprise license cost, and so on. And besides, you need to conduct at the beginning your own marketing activity, because you will be a ready partner. What is the name? Yeah, I'm a ready partner, I think. The first step. No, learning partner, yeah. And you are not yet listed on the partner list. So at the end, the visibility is only achieved from some level, not from the beginning. You know, the partner selection criteria or partner level is solely based on number of sales, not on quality. I would dig more on this after this slide. It's done in a good way because potential customers think that those on the higher level and the more quality experienced ones. Well, risk of going this way. Well, what makes you different from the rest of the resellers that are in the market? You don't have any differentiation advantage to that the customer prefers you over others. And having Odoo Online and Odoo SH, why the customer will care about me as a mere reseller? You have also this risk that you are bypassed by Odoo SH itself and not receiving customers at all. And one of the requirements for gaining a higher partnership level is based on the licenses renewal number, which implies the risk of not achieving it. So we will also dig later on this. That is what worries me more. And the some news, we are not partner anymore, Alternativa, and we are not selling anymore enterprise. So and this is, I'm not sure if this is the correct translation, but I think all of you are going to understand this, this sentence. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. This is a saying, a Spanish saying, that means that when you put all the eggs on the one basket, if the basket gets broken, you lose all the eggs. So, well, something to think on it. Let's go with the partnership levels. I believe that the real quality is not measured really with these partnership levels. As said, it's only based on the number of licenses you are able to sell in two criteria, the renewal ones and the new ones and the ones that gets renewed, but it's not really measuring the real quality. We can see other systems that are more tiny in the market than us, like SAP and company, and they have very good metrics about the quality that is measured on percentage of issue tickets that customers put about problems that measure if everything goes okay or not. So why not using that grace? Well, at the end, we will end up with all our economical reasons, not other ones. This word, I was about to put a harder word here, but let's say only degraded agents network, because we all know there are very opinionated also partner selection for the leads they receive. And something that I consider a bit dishonest is they are pushing very hard for long-term contracts, 2, 3, or 5-year contracts, but with zero refund policy that is not clarified from the beginning. And we have received a lot of bounce customers saying we are not yet started with Odoo. From 2 years we start the project, and Odoo SA is not refunding our enterprise licenses, even for this time, or paying some kind of penalty, but no, they have to keep their 5 years licenses. So I think this is a big issue. More things, if you make some maths, you will find that the required numbers of your employees for staying in the same level are not feasible. Well, the required numbers for staying in the gold partner, silver partner, and so on, is not feasible to get it without recruiting more and more employees each year. It's a simple proportional or even exponential if you get to some level, that the only way to comply with this is to hire each year person. It depends on the grade. The goal have on my own accounts. I calculate that you need 5 employees more per year to keep the current numbers of gold members. If they don't still high up these levels, you know that has been two changes and being more strict. So, is this what you want for your company? It's good to rise and to get a higher volume, but I think this is not feasible to be kept on time. So at the end, you will be degraded to silver, to ready, or even to learning if you don't keep this pace. And it's not easy to be done. So at the end, you will find that 1 year are gold, another silver, another, you get also gold because you have some 5 years of these licenses and you get more, and so on. But it's not something that can be maintained over time. Another thing I personally find is that the rescue implementation don't count for one of the metrics, for the new licenses requirement. I don't know if this has changed or not, but it's very unfair because I'm the one finishing the sheet from others, but I don't get any kind of reward for my job that I'm doing, and being removed from the silver level that I was. So I consider this very unfair. Not sure if this is something that can be considered, and it's difficult to measure which level you are rescuing the customer. Maybe it's almost finished or not. So I have to admit that it's not easy to measure also this. But the problem maybe is on the metrics itself. That is the not correct one. I know that a lot of partners are asking for having pure metrics that is based on the money you receive from this partner, coming from new implementation, coming from renewals. It doesn't matter. At the end, you can be on one level if you are only based on numbers of economical numbers. Let's go to that one. So that's another suggestion I'm making on the claiming on the sky for that. Well, as said, I don't know because this happened about 1 year ago or so, so maybe this has changed meanwhile. Do you want to make a photo? Well, let's go to a higher level. Let's not be only an enterprise reseller. Let's go to the next one, enterprise consultant. Well, you add consultant, advisory, training service to your services, to the high added value you are doing to your customers, plus development even of extension on top of this reselling activity. So the advantage is over the previous profile. Well, it's easier to differentiate from the rest of the resellers. You are adding value to your customer. And there is also extra income ways on top of the license commission. Disadvantages. Well, this is one, and Joel is not here. The actors on this are not here, but they are on on these days, so you will recognize them. This happened. It's a public run. Some people shouldn't have Twitter, Elon Musk, and maybe Fabien. So Frederic Clementi from Cam2Can detects that one customer was directly stolen by Odoo SA. And Fabian said that this is because they have some free resources because they make the computation of the needed resources bad, and they have them free. So they dedicate to do what the partners do. So not only one case, but another one about 2 weeks after, I think, no? This one, no, 1 week, 1 month. One was on 8th of April and the other on 13th of May. So I have to worry about this, because if you set some not written rules, but we respect your part of business and we make ours, that is provide this kind of services, but you change these rules without warning and on your own, well, I wouldn't be very comfortable on that dead cars game. More about the license. Well, you know that enterprise modules have a privative license. What means this? Is because the license expanding each module means that you are not able to share these expansions. Why? Because they are relying on this part, on this private part. And this means that or you make some kind of alliance also on private to share maintenance costs, or you need to maintain this extension on your own. And you also cannot benefit from the things we are building here on OCA that has been 10 years building a very good infrastructure for, say, CI. Well, the guidelines, you can apply it, but they won't be checked by automatical checks unless you build this on your own. And the risk you have in this profile, apart from the one I have said before, is that till now the partnership requirements haven't stopped going up. So maybe next year is not 75 license, but 100 or 150. So you have the risk to not be, even if you comply with the rest, that the next year or the other year, you are no more goal, because it's impossible to get to that levels. This is not a real right now problem, but maybe. And well, this is also focusing about the numbers I have said before. That is what I consider a predatory situation that push you to continuously take the money and run. For getting to the numbers, you need to make a lot of implementation, new implementation, and continue. So this may provoke that you don't provide the best services around. But, well, you have to get the license quota. Let's go to another thing. Is that good for the whole environment? Not at all, but you get that quota. And you also get a strong dependency on Odoo SA resources. That's not bad at itself. That's why it's put as a risk. But right now, I think there is a problem. I don't have a slide for this because I haven't time. This is the slide. I pretend to do it while the OCA Days, but I speak too much. And so I have it in my mind. More or less, well, you all of you that has passed by the enterprise support knows the SLA times and the quality of the service. That's one of the arguable things. I know that there are measures for improving this, but it's not the best situation right now. But the real risk is that they are selling 5 years of support. This is a lot of time. You are getting the money now, but you must provide the service during 5 years. So I see here a scale problem. So it's a big risk to take into account. Let's move from the enterprise, from the dark side enterprise thing. And another profile that you can get inside Odoo is, let's go, the app, not reseller, it's not the best word, but app builder. And let's sell it through Odoo Store or any other Odoo marketplace. So I develop a product on top of Odoo, and I sell it through the Odoo Apps Store. The advantage, well, you focus your skills on one thing only. Let's go for this feature or this vertical sector. It allows you to get specialized customers requiring customization, which they cannot afford themselves. You all know that a customer wants one feature, but is not able to fund the full development of this feature. Well, this way you advance the development cost, and you get it through the selling of this app. You have, if everything goes well, you will have more incomes than the typical count of you requires these hours, and you get this price per hour. But what are the disadvantages of this approach? Well, you need an initial investment. For having this product, you need to make a big effort and cost to have this app. And at the end, you spend the money, and you don't have really you are not really sure about if it's going to go well or not on the marketplace. And another disadvantage is the commission cut that you have on current app store. Or if you don't put it there, you won't have enough visibility to sell it. So you are more or less trapped there, but the same is the same on the mobile market, you know, with Apple Store and Google Store. And another disadvantage that is also something that can happen is that the piracy. Someone is using your module without paying it. More disadvantages, the support of your module. You know that if you pay something, you want to get support for it. So what problem you have? In a modular system like Odoo, the problems may not be provoked by your module, but the combination of modules or another side effect that you get on this system. But you will have to deal and to verify and to make your customer visible that you are not the guilty of the problem, and this also costs a lot of money, effort and money. The Odoo version management is also a problem. If you want to be competitive, you need to put and migrate your module to each of the versions Odoo is releasing. So that's also a cost that you have to maintain on time, over time. And well, this is more a risk, but also a disadvantage, because it's a real risk that you spend a lot of money, and there is an alliance between several OCA members. Their customers fund the development, and you have an excellent system on OCA repositories for free. So your module has no value because people is going to go on first to OCA. So, or the Odoo itself is releasing these features on version 20, for example. And the other one is that this maintenance is not being shared with the community. You are the only one that are paying this. Let's go to another level. The implementator that has what some of them call it own modules layer. And this means modules that are only for their customers and they keep it in private. Well, more or less this is this explanation. You have also the same problem about the shared maintenance cost. In Spanish, Juan Palomo, yo me lo guiso, yo me lo como. It's something that is say, hey, as you are the one using this, you are the only able to visit, to see the problem, and so on. And probably on this layer, you will have a technical depth. Why? Because if you are on your own whole, you are not able to see the rest of the things. And sometimes looking at other places makes, sometimes or a lot of times, makes better as a technical, functional, and so on. Let's go to my favorite one. OCA friendly implementator. Well, the services are provided, but you don't sell products as it, not your module layer, your own module layer, nor any APP, and your modules are released usually on the OCA ecosystem. So, as advantage, you get high quality testing and infrastructure. The disadvantage in one part is an advantage in this one. You can also share the maintenance cost, and this is important for, I don't know if you know if Tecnativa is very high or very small, but we are only 10. It's not, we are not very small, but also not very high. And what has allowed us to have our customers and to keep a maintenance cost in a reasonable level has been OCA, because we are not doing all the work. We have to migrate a lot of modules, we have to fix the problems our customers have, but we find when we start on one version that there are already 20 modules migrated by other contributors. And we also find that the potential problems we have on our customers are already tackled by other contributors, because they don't have to pay and develop the initial solution, and they have time for this other or use case or problems. So that's a big advantage. And another one, great one, is the knowledge is shared. This is very important, and I can say for sure that I wouldn't be the same if all this year I wouldn't be on OCA. So I have learned a lot from other people, and as the other say, I have said, being on a whole, you don't see through it. So this makes you go up and don't be in a hole. Well, here is something a bit weird. Let's put the whole list. Yeah, the animation has been. More things. You get also free training. Also, you don't see at first. You are being trained by other people, just saying, "Hey, why are you putting this?" Or if you do this, you will get this advantage. So you are being trained there. And another important thing is that you sometimes avoid technical debt, because this technical debt is because there is no linter, there is no reviewer saying that there can be this problem. And I have faced some skeptical people saying, hey, going to OCA requires more time. Well, if it's requiring you more time, it's because you have this technical debt currently. So going to OCA is showing you the technical debts, and you can tackle this. Well, if you don't want to tackle, you will spend less time, but you will have it. So let's go always OCA first, because there is also some approaches saying, I start with my customers, a beta, I deploy on it, and after that, let's go to OCA. Well, that can be late, because all these advantages won't be obtained if you only you are waiting for this last step. And it would be late for making some changes, and you will be trapped by this technical debt that you haven't caught before. And you can say, hey, if everyone is having my word there for being used, where is my advantage? Well, I can assure you that if you do this and if you develop in OCA, you will get the big advantage of having the ability to join pieces and to see the whole picture for having an optimal installation with less cost and with better margins. So it's not a problem. For us, it hasn't been a problem to release all the modules to OCA. Let's go for a bonus on my suggestions. Another good question that is around is, we migrate or a school to migrate or not to migrate? That's the question. Well, for me, keeping all versions creates a huge technological debt. We have seen the improvement of the framework, first on version 8, then on version 13, big changes. But over each version, we are getting better on the technical part. We are getting more functional scope inside. We are getting improvements. So not benefiting this on our own for developing modules and our customers having these features as soon as possible is not the optimal approach, and also will lead you to another problems and maybe more costs. Another real problem you face is that you lack some patches, and some of them security patches, because you are on unmaintained version. Not sure if you know that Odoo only maintains the last 3 versions of Odoo. This means that from the next week, we will have version 16, 15, and 14 only. So if there is a security failure, injection, or whatever in version 13, you won't get this patch unless going again to the Juan Palomo. You are the only one maintaining this, or any other initiative, but not from the core itself. You also get, it's not only Odoo having the security issue, but it's the libraries that Odoo rely in. There is a lot of Python libraries on the bottom of Odoo, and also supported version of Postgres and so on. That has been a problem lately, because latest versions of Postgres are supported, but we all find that some library like cryptography, libSL, and so on are outdated, and Odoo itself is frozen on these requirements, and you cannot put another one, higher libraries, because you will have some incompatibilities. So you have to stick to these versions, and that's a problem that we are not very worried about, but with the European GDPR, we should, because any breach can make legal consequences to all of us as implementators. And as said, the framework evolution is amazing, and not being able to use it because you are still on Python 2 and version it's a pity. The other problem not migrating is the fragmentation. Well, some people say, hey, I only work on the 8 and 11 version, or on odd versions. But at the end, you are getting a fragmentation, having to deal with customers in version 8, version 10, version 12, now version 14. So this fragmentation provokes a big cost, because you have to deal with the not very good things that are on all versions and develop for that things. And also remembering, oh, on this version it was, on the version there is no inventory, and in this version is account.invoice. And so it's not easy also for your development team to work with a lot of versions. The consequences for GDPR. So for me, I have no doubts. Please always migrate. Your customers will appreciate it. That doesn't mean that you don't charge your customers on this, but I will see later our formula for this, because if you want to charge the customers on one shot, it's not easy to convince why they need to migrate. So let's do it another way. Sorry, this is a sneak peek of later slides. And more of this. Well, the same thing. To update or not to update on the same version. You all know that if you are on version 14, the version 14 of today is not the version 14 of 1 month later, because there are patches and so on. So please don't freeze installation or program and schedule update system for having also on your latest same version. Let's go for the last profile I have extracted from my vision of the Odoo ecosystem. That is, let's go to be a migration specialist. Having this landscape, I can say, hey, I'm going to be specialized and perform migration within major version as a subcontracting work. Other implementation only care about the same version and hire me for doing the migrations. Well, the advantage is that it's the need is there, and you will have for sure a high demand. The main disadvantage, you are dealing with something that is not yours. You don't know the state and you are going to receive the DB. So you have, as said, there can be grown in a lot of ways. So you have to be prepared and assume what that means, that you will have to dig a lot on data, on the decisions on custom modules and so on to get to a satisfactory result. So that's not easy also. So, in my opinion, again, what is the ideal situation to become an integral services supplier, being OCA friendly, and executing modules migrations, joining all existing pieces together in order to give a customer a unique whole experience packaged in a simple and suitable price. Well, too much to, well, let's split this thing. Most of them has already been talked about OCA friendlies, do module migration. Let's see what I'm talking about, this package, simple and suitable price. So with this, our success recipe has been, first of all, hire technicians. Sorry, but this sentence about you don't have to hire technician people. You have to hire consultant. I hardly disagree. You need technicians, or at least this is my success recipe. You have to work on all versions, not to stick to one of them, or this is our approach, or the most you are able to. Don't think Tecnativa migrates all customers version per version. No, some customers goes to 10, 11, 12. Another one requires some more time and migrate from 11 to 13 or from 10 to 12, but that's something that the project demands, not because your business model consists on sticking to one version to have margins and so on. Migrate your customers. It's not only the version you start in. You can start right now on version 15, 16 not yet. On several months you can implement version 16, why not? Because there is a lot of new features that are interesting from for your new customers. But once you are there, then don't stop it there. Migrate it and continuously have it on the latest possible version. But the main key is this one. I have seen on the landscape a lot of companies that are based on a revenue based on the initial implementation or developments they do for improving the implementation. Why not turning this in a recurring service that makes you gain some money in advance, that allows you to then perform the migrations without cost? That can be done, can be understandable for the customers. You are paying proportionally for getting these extra things, and then you deliver this migration, simplifying what is inside and what not. I compare this experience with when there is no plain telephone rates, that you know that you have to say, hey, what is the current hour? Because I have different rates depending on the hour. And I'm calling to my province or to another country and so on. When all of this goes out and you only have to worry, I'm paying a fixed fee and I have these calls. So you are going to be you will be happier as a customer, and you don't have to worry if this is something that enters, how much time is going to take to repair this or so on. So put it simple also for your customer. And this one is to package the fee, including all these services. And this is what Tecnativa is doing with the whole customers. And this is another bonus. You cannot do it, some of them yes and some other not. Because on that scale, on that scheme, you are not going to scale well. Your maintenance code for supporting all these things requires that all your customers be in the same approach. Okay, so the last one, a bit of joke from the typical one. So let's do open source software, please. So this is all. So now I'm open to any question, any things to debate. You can come here if you want. It would be even preferable. Virginie, do you have any microphone for the streaming people that? Maybe inside? No? 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 Sebastian, come here and you can talk. Yeah.
So first, thank you, Pedro. I will say that I agree a lot of everything I see on this presentation. Acquisition was a partner a long time ago, a gold partner, but we stopped it because even if we have a lot of experience, we are going to be a ready partner because we have customer we focus for us. When you have a customer, it's for 10 or 20 years. And the more time you have, the more customer you have. And it's really hard to have new project because you still work for old customers. So it's really hard to every year sell new stuff. So we stop for the same reason. One thing I would ask is, you migrate your customer, but do you migrate every year your customer? What is the frequency for migrating your customer?
As said, it depends on the project.
Okay.
When they get some level, you are not able to migrate, not for you, that technically are able to do it, but for the customer itself.
Yeah.
But our frequency at maximum has been 3 versions, and only in 2 cases. The rest are migrated bi-yearly, or a smaller one, or maybe they have an open mind, and we are able to migrate version per version. Okay. So maybe about 30% are migrated version per version. They are the smallest one, or as said, medium one, but with this mind. Most of them, of the rest, are migrated bi-yearly, and in exceptional cases that are not technical decision, but political ones, because they have also seasonality. I'm not sure about that. They have seasons with a very high workload. So they are not able because they are 24 hours working. Sometimes you get one of these cycles and you are not able because their sales cycles are for 5 months. So you have to wait a bit more, and these exceptions has been 3 versions. For example, for version 11 to version 14, we have migrated recently 1. Okay.
And just to share some experience, on our side at Acquisition, we also start to sell monthly the maintenance and the migration. Because what say Pedro is that, for example, for the maintenance, you need to update the customer database every week or every 2 weeks, depending but you need to update it because there is change in OCA module, there is change in Odoo module, and all of this change can break some part of your custom project. So you need to charge the customer to take time to do this update, and also you need to charge it to improve the code of the customer, because the custom module. Because when you start a project, the customer says, I want this, I want this, I want this. But 6 months later, it just realized that some processes have changed, etc., and 1 year later, there is some code that nobody uses anymore. And if you do nothing, you're going to wait for the migration, and when you do the migration, what the hell is this code? What is doing? Should migrate it or not? You don't know. And you spend your time, you waste your time, and you are going to do mistake for this code that nobody uses. So you need to charge the customer to improve the quality of the code, like you do in the OCA. In the OCA, everybody improves the code. You do the same with the custom module. You need to have time to improve it. And you need to teach your customer that we give some images to the customer, because for the customer, line of code, if they don't know what is a line of code, it's okay, it's something. But we have done some statistics, and we say, okay, imagine you take a reporter book, and when your project is like all of the OCA modules is quite all the Harry Potter book that we have installed in your project. So imagine that every day you have 5 change in your project. So imagine every line of code that can break the story of this book. So you need to explain to your customer that maintaining have a cost. And one thing that I really like that Odoo have done is that on their website, they put a price per line of code. And I think it's something good, because it starts to explain to customer that maintaining is not free. It's not because you have an open source software that it's free. You have to do the maintenance. You have to improve your code. So you have to explain this to your customer. It's hard. But
let's talk about this, the price per line of code. Yeah. That's another problem with current metrics. Why? Because we all know that a medium installation requires 100 of OCA modules, and more or less the same of Odoo SA, and maybe enterprise modules. But that 100 OCA modules needs to get migrated, needs to be, the data of them needs to be migrated, and the enterprise services is not covering unless you pay, but you pay a lot. But it's not the same maintaining an OCA module very well maintained and known than a module that is from the APP store or custom or whatever. So something that Odoo may improve here is to not put the same price for these known modules than for the rest of them. Only apply the metrics by lines of code when the module is not known. But there can be some kind of packs for these modules. But well, I know it's not easy also to price these things, and there is a risk also. So the best option is to put a price per line of code. But at the end, I doubt someone has sold this, has bought this service, because it's impossible to maintain the fees it gets to. So I think that can be another thing that would make the enterprise service more attractive. But for now, we make this kind of packs, so our customers are priced according the number of modules. Not the number, which modules they have installed, and because it's not the same saying 20 modules with one line of code, but we already have for all the OCA modules where we are installing, we have a price for them. And that price is based on the complexity of the module, which parts is intercepting, because you know it's not the same make a patch on base model for all the so we take this criteria and end with a price, saying for this module per month you have this fee, and the sum of all the fees gives the maintenance price for the customer. Anything more?
Just to complete what you, we stop after. But we do kind of the same thing, but we define a price per line of code, but we say, okay, if it's an Odoo module, we don't have to do a lot of maintenance, but we have to do a lot of work for migration, because we want to contribute to open upgrade. If it's an OCA module, we don't have to charge a huge price per line of code, because it's OCA. And if it's custom, now it's not to be expensive. So the customer also learn that, okay, if I ask stupid, useless thing in custom, then it costs me a lot, and it's better to take time to have a better budget for doing generic module and service module than just pushing for just a small change in the custom.
Thank you. Gonzalo? Yes, please.
So, okay, here.
Yeah.
So, yeah. First of all, thanks for the talk. It's good to have like talks referring to customer acquisition and maintenance. We always talk a lot about code and stuff. I think it's so important to maintain the community. One question that I had, didn't you think about in the same ecosystem that you could use enterprise as a product also, not as a service, but as a product, put OCA modules also, work with recurring revenues, but integrating it as a product for some customers, maybe for some not, and maybe because you make use of the upgrading service that they have and it costs you less, maybe it could mix with the process, right?
We tried on the whole pack, but there is a big problem, the open source part. Not being able to share the extensions we are providing ends up with doing no extension to that part. So this also restricts the possibilities of the modules, and at the end we finalize having enterprise customers with no enterprise module put.
Right, but
even the enterprise responsive thing, because I like more the OCA one.
Right. Yeah. But it could be like side modules. Maybe you could develop them or not. But what I see is like if you see enterprise as a service, I think it's a crappy one. The technical service, the bug service, I think it's not good. But if you think it as a product, maybe you'll end up, some customers could make profit of it, and it's not that bad.
I don't see that because of the extensibility thing.
Right, that's an issue.
But also, there is also economical things, computation here. Right. What provides the enterprise product, the enterprise modules? On a higher, on a lower initial price, you are getting the features.
Right.
But at the end, the recurring cost makes you that the raw return of investment goes back on 2, 3, or maybe 5 years at maximum. So you have to balance and say, hey, developing this on OCA costs initially a lot more,
right,
but you can make also synergies with other OCA members, with your own customers, right, and get to a reasonable initial development cost.
Right.
But with this, your maintenance cost will be lower, not as company, to your customer, right, because they don't have to pay for each user, right, for that, right, APP. So that's also a problem. The current enterprise fee criteria, mixing APPs plus users, for me is a problem, because
it will change now, right? So.
What?
If
it improves to better?
I don't know if it's better, but they will change it. They will
but
say
if it's removing the APP part, it's getting the worst part. Well, because what I don't like is the user per user cost. Because imagine you have a workload that requires you to hire 30 people more. Right. You have to pay this having the same features.
Right.
So that non-proportional to the fourth part is what chills me out about this system also. So you you join one and another, and that's why I get to.
But we will continue it after beer. So thank you
okay,
for your time, Pedro.
Frederick, don't know, in my timer is right now the hour, but I think, is there any other talk in Virginia?
Yeah, there is one.
There is one. Do you allow the Frederick's question? No? Well, as you prefer. No, Frederick? Okay, so if anyone more? Yes?
I just wanted to make up one point. I think the pricing of the lines of code pricing that Odoo is publishing is just an inhibitory pricing that should discourage the use of these modules. So simply is that. So I think that nobody's using it because it's so expensive.
Yeah. So thanks all for attending my talk. I hope this serves for opening a discussion, and I'm available for continuing with beers and these topics. So thanks to all. It's for me? Okay. Well, it has been very, yeah. Okay. How glad to hear it.
it's a lot of food. Yes. Yeah. But something that say quite true and our customer should listen this topic. I understand why it's better to use OCA Days instead of just could you please do maybe take with them and also that also goes hand in hand, I think, with migrating to newer versions, because that's what we can with our customers. Like we're trying to convince them that well, you should upgrade because then a lot of the things that you want now that are costing you money won't be there because it'll be solved a lot of things, and then stay in OCA and upgrade to the newer version because things will become a lot more easier. And you only have to spend time and resources on fixing like small little things that's like, well, but convincing the customer is hard sometimes because they don't understand. No, they don't. No, and they don't understand a lot of things. Like they just say, all right, well, we want this, and it's going to be ready next week, right? Well, depending if it works and if it doesn't work, and like, well, why is it costing so much more time now? Because you said it would be X amount of hours, and now we're X amount over. So there's really, it's such a difficult thing to put like a number on. It's like you put your finger on it. You can explain why, but then they're not going to be satisfied with the answer. It's just like, well, it's more difficult than we thought it was. I have a customer once who told me literally, it's not so complicated to do it. I managed to do it in Excel just by myself, and I'm not so clever. So for you and your computer, it could be easy. Yeah. And it was color recognition and text recognition. She was doing that with a human brain. Of course, it was easy for her, but for a computer, it's not so easy. No, because exactly. How can you define if it recognizes the color, and then it's so different. It's really funny. Yeah. It's like when even she saw the computer is clever. Yeah, well, it's clever because of the people that put it into the computer. Not the thing that is magically the computer is not more clever than the person who wrote the software. Exactly. Yeah. It's because of what a lot of people put into it that it's clever or can do a lot of things, simultaneously or quickly, that type of thing. It's not a self-growing thing. For most of customers and people in general, what is beyond the stream, it's magic. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but that's why it also becomes like, oh, it's easy to do, right? Because you just push a button and it works. No, no, it's a bit more complicated. It's a little bit more complicated, but then it is. I think everybody who works in anything IT or any other company really related, it's like you have that good discussion. It's like, well, you guys said that it would be 50 hours, but now we're at 100 hours, and we're not even done yet. We wanted to release it 3 months ago, and we're still working on this. As we're going along, also they don't take into account as you go along their new changes of what they want, and then usually the scope of the amount of hours that they doesn't change, and that's also something that you say. Well, you wanted a lot of things differently, and then when we were done, you then said, oh, we also want this. Yeah, obviously it's taking longer now. You say 5 days. At the end of 5 days, you deliver what you say you will deliver. I said, yeah, it's good, but you change that and that. Yes, and that. But then usually it's not. Yes, exactly. And at the end, 20 days later, so it's not finished, and it's taking so long, and it takes a lot of time. Yeah, so we have obviously, yeah. So we have this discussion within the company or within everybody. So it's how do you deal with that? How do you say to the customer, all right, well, now that you want this new thing, it'll cost more hours, so let's add that to the number. You have to write everything. Yes, yeah. You have to write everything.
was written, credits everything it's written, and the customer asks why it's so long. We give him all the tickets, and that's why. That's fine.
Yeah, exactly. You know, and that's, you know, luckily it's not all the customers, but it's definitely the ones that, yeah, I know, everybody has those customers.
And he thinks that what Rebecca said is that they will speak about the logo on the other room.
Oh, really?
on the lightning talk.
Oh, that's good.
stage.
Maybe we should go there. Now we are.